What's up? I'm Eagle. Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 210.5. Motherfucking rabbit hole. What's going on, guys? I'm back. Sungrown 707 will be popping here in any second. What's up, dang brownies, modern genetics? What's up? How you guys doing? My chat out here. Windows realigned. What's going on? We're back.
Sorry to bounce out so quick.
It happens. It happens. No worries. What's going on here? Trying to get my windows and everything lined back up.
Yeah.
Chat.
Yeah.
What did I do with my pop-out chat? I dig the pop-out chat. I always pop it out, put it out in its own window.
Man, how do you do that? Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. That's awesome.
So much easier to read.
Hey. Have you seen my dog, Eagle?
I have not. Holy cow. It's a good looking dog.
Say hello,
What's his name?
Eagle. This is Great Houses Vigo. Hey. No, sir. Great Houses Vigo. The sorrow of Moldavia. I call him Vigo. Dude, I got to deal with him again for a second. I'll be right back.
No worries, man. No.
What's up, Smiley?
No worries.
What's
How's
going
it
on,
going,
brother? Yeah, bro. What's
up, Smiley?
How you doing, Eagle? I'm typing in chat here and shit. We're trying to type in chat. I don't know. I was listening. I wasn't in chat earlier too much, but I was listening along. It was a good show. I gotta give him a lot of credit, man. That is a fucking hard deal to kick out opioids. So one of my best friends since junior high he battled that for a while, man, and yeah, he's been 2 years, maybe it's 3 now. Shit, actually, but he yeah, man, cannabis got him where he needed to be from it. So, but it wasn't easy, that's for sure.
Oh, it's not easy. It wasn't. Like I said, I've lost a lot of people, family from that shit. And it's scary to watch it go down. Most cases, people have to hit bottom before they can they give that shit up.
Yeah, that's what he was kind of. Well, he's had I don't know, man. I think it's 5 now, but he had. So basically, he had 1 surgery, and then he fucked up something else, like another disc. So they went back in and did a big fusion of like 5 of them in his lower back, and then they had to do a follow-up X-ray, and somehow they screwed these metal thing, like a metal bracket, basically is what I understood it as, into his hip bones, and then ran it up either side of his spine as like metal, you know what I mean? Like 5 of his vertebrae are fucking metal bars running up the side of him. But yeah, when they ran the screws down in his hip bone, something was just a little off on the angle they ran it in or whatever, but it was like the screw went through the bone cavity and was like just barely touching on the main artery. There's like your main artery that runs down like his right leg, I think it was. But that artery runs through your hip bone and in through your hips there. And wherever they set that, it was like the tip of the screw was like pushing down on the fucking main artery. So yeah, I mean, if something were to go different with it, he could have fucking just bled out instantly pretty much. So yeah, so they went in and redid it. That was his 3rd one.
I How the fuck you do that? You just like puttying in the hole and just fucking drill next to it and shit. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Just look, we're gonna fill that hole full of glue, little epoxy, and we'll be gonna be able to drill right next to it.
Yeah, it's a little different ball game than like wood or like trying to deal with metal or anything, but yeah, I don't know, man. Then yeah, they had to open them up both sides the next time, so they were handing tools back and forth through in between them. Like, here you go.
Just,
Fucked up,
that
man.
sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Sounds terrible.
Yep.
Hold my desk. I gotta fucking move my shit. Just take twists and start to get it. Jump up and grab me some bud over here. Right quick.
Good. Bam. What's going on, chat? I grew some. Me off flour. Aldrich 25. Dank brownies. Fucking going on, man. 420. P-Win. Light it up again, Tim. Stu Moo. Fucking Tim. What's up, man?
What up? Shout out to fucking Johnny Candace missing that cat.
Yeah,
Lemon
what's
Hoto.
up?
Both need some positive vibes. Both need positive vibes.
What, you ain't been around at all, or what?
No.
I heard it from him in a
Yeah.
DM not too long ago.
Yeah, it's just going through a phase, I guess. I talked to him. I sent him a couple messages today, and he sent me a message back.
All right, at least he's doing all right, man. That's cool. Sometimes it's nice to kind of chill too and listen along, not have to fucking type a bunch of shit.
Yeah. Just let him know that we were thinking about it.
Oh yeah. What's up, Twisted?
What up, Smiley?
How you doing, bro?
Sungrown. What up, everybody?
What up?
What up?
Yeah, Sungrown. Good job, man. Kicking them opiates. I don't know if you could hear me saying that earlier, but that's
Yeah,
fucking.
man, I appreciate it, dude.
Takes a tough son of a bitch to do that. I'll tell you what.
It ain't easy.
No.
It's hard. You know how hard it is to take a blanket off when you're laying in bed on a cold morning?
Yeah,
It's like 100 times harder than that.
I bet, dude. Yeah, my buddy still goes through that. His fucking legs will start dancing at night and shit when he's laying down, and fucking he'll have to get up and like walk around, take a bath, do something else, get him to fucking chill out.
Oh. Do you smoke weed?
Yeah, all the time.
Huh.
It's from multiple back surgeries. So.
Yeah. That shit's terrible.
Yeah, dude, you can't do shit, man. Your back's fucked up. You can't laugh, fart, cough, none of it.
You can walk, man.
No, you're done, dude. You fucking
Yep.
sit there and go, that's about it.
It's amazing how much your spinal cord actually controls or helps or whatever. Every movement, like you said, fart, cough, and laugh. You can't breathe hardly, man. Let alone walk. Oh, it's terrible.
Better not fucking sneeze.
Right? Break your damn back.
Right?
I've been through some shit, and having my neck broke was way up there on the list of things I recommend that nobody does.
Only imagine.
Sounds like a good recommendation.
Well, yeah, man.
I just call them like I see them, bros. And I'm here to say, don't break your neck. It's just not worth it.
Did you have to have one of the halos?
No, surprisingly, man, they had me in the hospital for 2 days and sent me home. And they went in through my neck. There ain't even a scar. I can barely even feel anything. anymore. They took out the front half of a vertebra, removed the discs, removed all that stuff that was in there, put a piece of donor bone back in. I think I got a piece of some dead guy in my neck. I don't really know how that works. And then they put a titanium plate and 6 screws back on it and closed me back up, and 2 days later sent me home. I don't know if that's because that's how they do things, or if that's because, you know, they weren't making shit off of me because of my insurance. And that's kind of how I felt. Like, they're like, oh, we can't bill this motherfucker for every little nickel dime piece of shit that we have. So get him in, get him out. Get somebody that's worth more back in here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Turn that
That's
fucking bed. Sick, man.
Yeah, they fucked me up, man. I was almost like, my legs work and stuff, you know what I mean? So like, they fixed what was wrong, but they created a whole other list of problems and shit for me in the process, and I'm still dealing with it. So
That's terrible.
Yep. I'm with you on that. Not going to the doctor shit though. I don't go. I get yelled at all the time. Like,
that's the truth. I was like, yeah, my legs started getting weak. Like, I dealt with my arms not working right for like a year and a half. But when my legs started getting weak, I was like, yeah, it's time to go to the doctor. And then it was still like I had to prove I wasn't just like faking it or something.
Cheers, man. I just got GG4 I rolled up, so I'm gonna smoke up.
Nice.
I got some blueberry.
I'm smoking some smash cake.
I didn't catch that future cannabis project today. They were talking about some OGs. So the little part I caught, they were talking about some of the different OGs. I was like, that sounds pretty cool, man. They're talking about Skywalker. Not too many people talk about that nowadays, like the Skywalker OG.
I do.
I've smoked it, but it's been a few years.
That's what's in the Star Wars line, bro.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's Chronic times Skywalker OG. That makes Chronic Skywalker. And then that's the mother plant that is basically the Force. The Force is within all. So it's this Chronic Skywalker I used and crossed it with all these other strains to make like the Leia, the Solo, Obi-Wan Kenobi, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I got a cut of that from a buddy of mine that, so basically he got it from an old head he knows, and it was his favorite strain the guy grew. And when he started growing, he ended up talking him into a cut of it. And it was one of those, yeah, but you can't give it to nobody things. Well, then he grew it for like 5-6 years, and then he fucking had to shut his room down. And it was one of them deals where like he buys weed for me when he's out or whatever, but he grew his own too. But he was like, dude, this is the one plant out of my whole lineup I don't want to let go. And he's like, he brought me a cut of it, actually 2 of them of it, to make sure one of them stayed or whatever. And the fucking thing never did any good in my room, man. She was just an unhappy bitch the whole time. Fucking 3-leaf, red stem, just no matter what I did, you know. So I only flowered it a couple times, and if it wasn't really even the shape to flower, I'd just clone it again and then reflip it or whatever. So I've had it for like 3 years now, something like that, 3 years.
Wow.
And I just started flowering it out again because she's kind of getting healthier. And yeah, man, it's fucking killer smoke. So
yeah,
I'm excited about it. It's really menthol, kind of like a gas into a menthol almost. Like on the exhale, it's got that
like a sweet sour kind of thing.
No, man, it's like straight menthol.
Menthol?
Kind of thing.
Different phenotype, maybe.
Loving that background rafter.
I didn't mean to interrupt. How's it going, everyone? Thank you.
Looks like
Yeah.
The shroom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I try to have a new one every week and just have fun. Yeah. I found out my computer could do that, so I was like, oh, okay, all right, I'll do that. I
Cool.
know that I can do a video, but I didn't want to like, I wasn't sure if that would like throttle the broadband or like make more info come out for you. Or just anyone that I'm streaming with. So I decided to keep it like just a picture. Yeah, I like the psychedelic background stuff and like the fantasy stuff and also like weird, trippy, geometric shapes.
I was really into the shroom one last week. That one was
Nice.
dope.
Yeah. My first time on Alive, I had a really cool fantasy background. I might bring that back if yeah, we'll see. I don't really want to repeat stuff unless I'm like run out of stuff, but there's so much like cool art out there that I don't ever feel like I'll have to ever repeat something. Just like how Eagle is like, nah, I like interviewing lots of people. And then when somebody brought up was like, oh, you could do a repeat. It's like, nah, there's a lot of good individual stuff out there. So what I want to try to do is find the artists, like the actual artists that make it, so I could give them a shout out and start like try to contact them before and say, hey, I'm gonna have this in my background. Is that cool? At least. But a lot of this stuff, it's just
Can I
there's no
feature
name.
you all week? That'd be real cool.
Yeah.
If
And
you
then
can,
if they don't want to be associated with it, I don't want to be the like, oh yeah, well, I don't care. It's like, well, I mean, it's your art. I don't want to represent something uh, you're not
no,
about.
I think most would be honored by that.
Yeah.
That you came to them and asked first. I think most of them would think that would be really cool.
Yeah. And like I said, unfortunately, I haven't found a lot of the artists. It's just like pictures. I'm like, okay, I'll try to do like a little bit of footwork and like email stuff. Let them know. Like I know I grew some does some really good uh, artwork. I think he might have talked to me before,
Got some
but
funky shit
I
going
just
on.
wasn't in the right place to like pay for stuff, so I didn't want to take up too
Yeah.
much.
What
Yeah,
you can do is look for local artists too.
that
Search your
yeah.
area.
I have a friend. Her name's Maiko Kiki. So shout out Kiki.
Oh, cool. Cool name.
Yeah, she actually we grew up together in like high school and she moved away. So we've been talking to each other about like mushrooms and stuff, catching up. So yeah, she's a beginner mycologist and she's also going to school for it. So it should be fun. How's it going, Cascadian? Oh, it's
That's
cool.
cool.
If you got to leave, if you need to grab something.
No, man, I'm
But
just
I literally caught you like before your cheek left your seat.
you're good. You're good. I just took my first puff in like 4 months. So
How
Wow.
you doing,
E-
man?
Eagle, you
Yeah.
should feel honored because he's been on with us for months, and I
Yeah.
haven't seen like one
Thanks,
little
bro.
puff come out.
I didn't know you couldn't smoke,
Thanks
bro.
for hanging out,
Oh,
guys. Appreciate
I
you.
just I've
What
just
was
been
the honors? What was the the honorable strain
um
that broke it?
oh, it was some old stuff from the shop, man. It was some I've been nursing this eighth of dosey for months, and I'm on my last bowl, and it was half burnt from the last time I smoked, but I rolled it over, and there was still some green on the bottom, so I was like, I'll save that for the next time, and I just gave it a little torch.
no shit.
Yeah, it totally
Yeah.
dried out, bunk,
Yeah.
but for the first time in months, I kind of need some bunk to just kind of
Oh yeah.
not get scary high because I can do that. Um, so yeah, I was feeling it tonight. I've been going through some stuff for months, but in the last 24, 48 hours, I've kind of come to some realizations and some understandings. And um, today was a pretty big day for me, just mentally. So I figured, since I got
Congratulations.
a couple hours with you guys, if I'm going to have a freak out, I might as well have a freak out with friends and at least be able to sit here and just hold on to the roller coaster while you guys talk. But
Yeah.
God.
I'm good, man. I'm good. So thanks for having
Oh,
me on.
Congratulations.
Thanks for
bro.
getting. Thanks for smoking with us.
I made it over 2 hours before the anxiety kicked in, and I'm like, the spotlight is too much.
Oh, yeah.
Good, man.
Yeah, you're used to the
I've been there.
bro.
I gotta share the stage a little bit. I'm
Yeah, I
way
couldn't
more comfortable
imagine
in the
that.
crowd these days.
That was a killer episode, man. Beautiful garden this year.
Thank you,
Knocking it out
guys. I
outside.
appreciate it.
Yeah, some beasts in the backyard.
Cool as fuck to do a giveaway too. It's awesome, man.
And I figured I'd use my chance. I don't know if you guys heard or not, but that rig that I won last night, I'm having Kazoo send that to Eagle. We can't have Eagle sitting there without a dab rig and using that fucking nectar collector like a goddamn peasant.
Damn, I ain't never using a nectar collector again. Son of a bitch.
Man, they got their fucking place. Don't get me wrong, but man, that can't be your daily driver, dog. Come on, man.
Yeah, he really
Class this
does
shit
need
up just
a
this
rig
much.
and an
This much class.
e-nail. He needs a rig and an e-nail, you know?
Nah, he's got a rig coming, man. So anybody out there watching got to hook it up on an e-nail. Let's get him one.
That's awesome.
It's fun.
Yeah, nice.
Tara Wilson made me feel like a barbarian when I dabbed with her the other day. She was she,
bought a hot knife?
No. Well, it was me and Modern sitting at the table, and he was taking his first dab one of his. He's dabbed before, but he's not a normal dabber. So he's like just firing this thing up, and Smiley's trying to coach him. You're tipping it the wrong way.
Shit.
And then so Tara watches us, and she's like, "You actually plunged that thing right into," because we were like right into the puck. She's like looking at us like, "You fucking barbarian!"
Oh
She's-
my
She
god.
pulls out this
Double dip the chip.
nice little tool, and she heats up her rig. She's got a dab, she's got a straw too, but now she's got it on just a tool, and she's like smoking it off the tool, not to contaminate the puck. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. I don't do that. I guess I drink right off the bottle. I guess I'm drinking right off the bottle
Yeah,
with this fucking
I like
dab
touch. But yeah, some people come and they go like it's a straw, dude, and then it's clogged. I'm like, what the fuck, man? And you got to drip it all out, and it gets all dark.
That's what I like about the nectar collector, though, is just you got that touch feel. You can take a little hit if you want. You can kind of give it a little more. You can kind of feel how it goes. You're not fucking sitting there like, trying to finish the hit, fucking taking the second breath, trying to fucking finish the third breath, hitting the fucking...
Yeah, like there's all this dab residue in there too that you're like, I can get more. Just add a little heat. Okay. Just suck it up. Just deal with it. No pain, no gain. But yeah, I can I remember all the time when I was younger, I would hold my breath after a good puff. Just like let it all out slowly. No, I don't do that anymore. It's just oxygen deprivation.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd pass out, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like all my friends would be like, "Yeah, you get ripped more." It's like, yeah, you get dumb more too. Like,
Pass the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, for me, I can't. I get lightheaded, and I know what kind of lightheaded that is. It's oxygen deprivation. But I would take it to the extreme. Just hold my breath a couple seconds. Now it's just inhale and then exhale. Just like a breath. Just breathe.
That's called the fucking wah-wahs, man. You gotta fucking...
Yeah.
You know what it is. So from our parents, we learned to hold our hit in, right? I don't know, that's where I learned mine, right? The older stoners, I should say, like our elder stoners.
Yeah, my friend's dad was like, hold it in. Suck it.
Yeah, hold it in. You gotta hold it in, man. It's the only way to get high. But think about this. So in their time, you had stuff that was like 3% THC. Well, that was what they were testing. I'm sure Cali always had better weed anyhow, no matter what, whatever. But, they taught you that they had to hold their shit in to actually get high. You know what I mean? Well, man, just smoking a joint or nothing. You know, like, oh shit, I ain't even high.
See, I'd rather do what Smiley's doing, just puff, puff, exhale.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I do. I just feel.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, it's whatever you're comfortable with. I mean, I don't. That just works for me.
I
Yeah.
was raised in those hit it for 5, hold it for 10 days, you know.
Right? Yeah. Exactly.
Oh man, if I hold it for 10, I'm gonna go down. I'll be coughing hard.
I remember a guy at a party selling $5 bong hits. Like fucking the little ripper hits. Fucking.
Yeah, if you ever see me at a festival or something and I'm running some kind of shit, you'll probably see free shit and $5 shit or $1 shit. I really want to have a smoke tent. $5
dabs are where it's at.
What's that?
Dollar dabs.
Yeah, dollar dabs. That's what I'm saying. Dude, I can make so many dabs. It's you know, dollar dab is done. People are like, "Oh, that's so much. You're dabbing. You money." No, man, people give free dabs, dude. You know, so I'm right there with you, son, girl. Hell yeah. But I was thinking of a smoke tent though. You have just a roaster in the middle, and then you have just your dabs or your weeds or whatever the fuck your hash. You throw it on that roast plate, it just smokes that 10 out. It's $5 for 5 minutes. You go in there, you know what I'm saying?
Fuck that, man. Stale ass fucking smoke there. I did see something like that though. They do those at the events where they'll fucking have either the leaf blower or the one I saw was like a
yeah, I saw that and I walked away. You couldn't have paid me to stay.
I was right next to it.
It's too much for me. Yeah. No, I'm saying it's too much for me.
Oh,
whoever wants to do that, have fun.
Dude,
they
put 5 pounds of weed through a weed blower and spray it all over people. Sorry, Smiley, what'd you say?
I said I figured that's how Aldridge was gonna get his ass dab done.
Events are such good times though. That's like I think when you go to events, it's show off shit. You know, especially a High Times Cannabis Cup, you're showing off, dude. Here, look at my shit. Come check me out. You know, you do stunts. That's what I think it's all about. It's like a circus freak show. That's what I want to have. If I ever have a booth, I'm gonna have like spectacles, dude. And like they came out at 420 in that one booth and blew 5 pounds of weed all over the crowd, dude. It was great. I mean, it was probably not that great of weed, but dude, that's crazy.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Imagine having a huge smoke tent or a big, huge bubble smoking all under there, and then you let the thing go like smoke signals and shit. You know what I mean? Some crazy spectacles going on, you know?
Man, 90% of the reason I want to enter the Emerald Cup this year is so I can experience it from that side. You know,
yeah.
Just for the experience. It'd be great. It'd be amazing if I could place like top 10 or some shit for my bracket. But
you have any kind of childhood
and having it out there and like just having my name out there like that would be awesome.
Yeah. Do you have any childhood dreams like that? Like for me, it was I tell a story all the time, sitting in the basement, looking at the High Times and dreaming like, I want to be that guy. I want to be up there, man.
I always wanted to be the farmer for sure. Like,
yeah.
I never wanted to fucking go to jail for 20 years for growing 3 plants. So I didn't, but man, I kept that dream, like that little candle, that little flame just fed over the years. And yeah, it's burning bright these days.
So Sungrown, yeah, let's hear Cascade.
What's up?
I was wondering,
honey.
Oh yeah. I got this is a quart with 300 grams of elecampane root in it, and I'm trying to get it full of honey. Elecampane is like the plant, as far as like the flowers, they're in the sunflower family, so the flowers look like sunflowers, but it's like sunflowers on steroids, not in the size of the flower, but the abundance of the flowers. It's not just one stalk with one flower at the end. It's like little 6-inch sunflowers all over the place. And the root is, so I can show you a tincture in a minute when I get this finished up.
we made a tincture last night. My girlfriend showed up with this, and it's high in inulin, which is a prebiotic. So it's the food that your gut flora eats. So when you take elecampane, like you can chop it up and make a tea out of it. You can kind of roast it like dandelion and make a tea out of it, and it gives you that kind of roasted flavor. You can make a tincture out of it. We're making honey out of it. You can probably make a glyceride out of it, which is kind of like a tincture, but you're using glycerin instead of alcohol. But then when you take the preparation, or just eat the root, because you can just eat the root too, the inulin feeds your gut flora what it's looking for. So it's a digestive herb in that sense, but it's also a respiratory herb. I can't remember the constituent right now, but there's certain constituents in elecampane that makes it good for your respiratory system. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to fill this thing up with honey. But there's a bunch of root down at the bottom, so I'm waiting for the honey to drip down in there to get all the bubbles out so I can put some more honey in it. That's about that, though.
Nice. Is there anything else that's gonna be in season or upcoming season that you're looking forward to collecting and processing?
I've kind of missed the boat on a bunch of it this year because I've been having
Same.
so many problems. But like marshmallow root would be good to harvest right now. If you had valerian, you could harvest it right now. I got a bed full of valerian. There's like 72 plants. I think it's 72 plants in a 6-foot by 12-foot bed outside. I'm giving them a couple years to get some decent sized roots, and then I'm gonna harvest all of those. And that's sleepy time medicine. Valerian will put you to sleep. It's root season right now, so
yeah.
Roots and fruits, but as far as herbs go, it's mostly roots. And then seed collecting. I seed collect all year, so I have a massive, like people talk about, their cannabis seeds. I have a massive herb seed collection.
Yeah, that's actually where I want to get at myself, but need to get some other stuff in order. Thank you for shining some light in
Yeah, man.
your region's herbs and roots and
Yeah,
spices.
North America in general, like a lot of European medicine, because most of the herbs that we're really familiar with all came from Europe. They're all of European descent. You can actually tell some of them by looking at the scientific name. That's what I was trying to think of. Sorry, I just smoked, obviously. And some of them will be some variation of sativa. The second word it'll be whatever the genus is, and then the species will be sativa, which, if you're familiar with sativa, means in Latin means cultivated. And then the ones that were not cultivated but just happened to grow nearby and they understood that it was medicinal will be called vulgaris. So go to figure, I can't think of any specific herbs right now, but
Yeah, no worries.
a lot of it draws back to because we had a lot of herbal knowledge and then the Dark Ages came and we lost a lot of herbal knowledge and all of that.
Exactly.
But the ones that didn't lose it were the monasteries and the monks. and they knew how to write, and they knew how to keep records, and they knew how to copy books. So there's a lot of like an officinalis is another one. Officinalis meaning official. So you'd have the official herbs that were in the monastery, and then vulgaris were the herbs that grew around the monastery, but they didn't actually have to cultivate them. So like rosemary, is Rosmarinus officinalis. It was an official herb of the monastery. They cultivated it and grew it. Where thyme is Thymus vulgaris. It grew around the monastery, but they didn't actually cultivate it in the monastery. So you can tell a little bit of the European heritage and tradition of that herb just by looking at the scientific name of it. And where was I going with this? I had a destination, but we then veered off the path.
Oh, we were talking about herbs that
Oh,
you
yeah.
that are in season and that you're looking
So
forward to next season or this season.
a lot of those herbs are leaf, flower, seed. Like rosemary, you use the leaves. Thyme, you use the leaves. Basil, you use the leaves. Oregano, you use the leaves. Those are all culinary herbs, but you use the leaves. Milk thistle, you use the seeds. But a lot of North American medicine, you use the roots. So a lot of the North American native herbs, it's their season right now. Right now is when you would harvest them. Osha, Lomatium, Devil's Club. Well, Devil's Club, you actually use a rhizome, but same difference. Valerian, although I think valerian grows on both continents. But it's really like marshmallow, I think actually grows on both continents too. But it's root medicine season right now, is because all of the energy from the plant is going down to the roots. And a lot of these perennial herbs are going to store their energy for next year by taking everything they've made in the plant and bringing it down to the roots for next spring. So you wait for that energy transfer and then you harvest the roots. So that's a long-winded way to say it's root season.
Yeah,
I like that you recall or you said it as energy transfer. I like that.
Yeah, it's true.
That's
It's very
exactly
true.
what it is. Yep.
Yeah,
All things run through energy.
So now you can see the root, the bulk of the root here is lifted off the bottom.
And those are starches then? Is that what you're getting out of the root?
Yeah, I'll show you here in a second when I'm not all sticky and I've actually got this cleaned up and sealed up here. But
I think we're all a little sticky. Got some sticky fingers. Hopefully.
yeah,
I don't know why
ideally.
you got excited about sticky fingers, Raptor.
Hey, I got that sticky icky.
I guess.
But yeah, there's a 5-gallon bucket of honey sitting between my feet right here that I'm pulling this honey out of. It's not just, I didn't just pull it out of thin air. So
Nice. How much? Where do you get your honey?
I get it from a local supplier now that I found one. I used to get it from one that was a bit of a bulk distributor out really close to where Tara Lee Live lives. But a couple of years ago, they went under. So I had a 5-gallon bucket of honey. And so I bought my first 5-gallon bucket of honey and I was making mead. Flew through that bucket. Bought a second bucket of honey. Made about a third of it into mead, and then I had to quit making mead because I was going to school, and my mead making area turned into my school studying area, so I couldn't do both in the same space. So I had a bunch of quarts of honey. I still actually have my last one in my pantry, but as I say, I have my last one in the pantry. I started to freak out, so I had to find a more local source that I could get bulk honey, because I refuse to buy it in a bear or by the quart. A quart of honey, when you buy just a quart, is usually about $20. So I found a bucket of honey at a local distributor that actually sells beekeeping supplies. They do sell the bears, but the bears are reasonable. They're not grocery store prices. And my girlfriend and I drove out there and picked it up. It was about 45 minutes away, so worth the drive. This is just clover honey, but my favorite's actually blackberry, because blackberries, this has kind of like a baked honey kind of aroma. It's got a very distinctive, not dark, because you can go really dark with honey, like a buckwheat is like roasted honey, but this clover is very wholesome, where a blackberry honey is like, it's very light. It's even a lighter color, but it's very light in, you know how have you ever seen honey sticks and they're all different colors? Sometimes
I don't
they're
know, I'm not
they're
familiar.
different honeys. And the place I actually went, if I go next time and they still have them, I'll pick them up. There'll be different kinds of honey in each honey stick. So you can try buckwheat, you can try clover, you can try alfalfa. Alfalfa is another dark one. You can try another one up here's fireweed, or blackberry, or blueberry. I actually got a bear of blueberry because I'd never had it before, but I'm a big fan of blueberry, so I wanted to try it.
One of
And
the best honeys I've had is star thistle.
I haven't found that one yet. Or the other one I want to try is called honey foam. I haven't found that one yet either. But they're all different colors, and blackberry comes in really light on the scale, and it's really got this floral quality. It doesn't have a very strong flavor or a very strong aroma, except for this kind of floralness. So it's very transparent with whatever you make it with. Where this clover actually tastes like what we all pretty much know as honey. This is the general kind of wildflower clover honey that I'm sitting with. It's got kind of a like a baked smell, but not super baked, not a roasted smell. But you notice it more when you got a 5-gallon bucket as opposed to a bear or a little bottle of it from the store.
Yeah. What did that bucket run you?
Wondering that too.
Huh.
Must have took the sticker off. I think it was 160.
No, that's worth it.
That don't seem terrible.
No. I
Doesn't
mean,
seem terrible
think
at all.
about how much you spend on honey for just a pound.
So it's the weird part is it should be 20 quarts. 5 times 4 quarts in a gallon, 5 gallons should be 20 quarts. But the last time I got a bucket of honey, I got like 24 quarts out of it. But even at 20 quarts, at $20 a gallon is $400. So instead of buying $20 quarts and paying $400, I got the same amount of honey for 160, which is less than half.
Nice.
So yeah, it's a pretty good deal as far as using honey in your everyday life. Don't buy anything less than a 5-gallon bucket or you're getting ripped off.
Mr. Bagseed brings up a interesting question that I've actually wondered myself, and I'm surprised I never asked you. He says they say you should try local honey to where you're at if you're having allergies.
Yeah. The honey is going to have minute amounts of pollen in it. But if you're really serious and you don't have like anaphylactic sort of reactions, you don't have a hard time breathing with whatever you have an allergy with, doesn't try to close your windpipe or something scary, the real secret is to get local bee pollen.
Yeah.
And then take small amounts of that every day, because that's going to actually contain the part that you're allergic to. So the first couple of times might be a bit uncomfortable and bring on symptoms of allergies, runny nose, that sort of thing. But it allows your body a chance to make, defenses against that allergen. And if you do it for long enough, you should be able to build up a tolerance to where you don't actually have a reaction anymore.
Yeah, I actually have a one of my teachers was a beekeeper, and every time we would meet up, she would do something different involving like bee knowledge, which was really cool. And one day she showed up with, just like you were saying, the honey sticks,
Yeah.
but we wouldn't do it from different flowering plants. It was just honey from different suppliers. And then she,
Oh,
at the end, she was like, just try mine. She, not like even saying like, oh, mine's so much better. She was like, just try it. And it was just not even like sucking up to a teacher. Like you try it and it was delicious. It's she lived around the school too, like in where I live. And honestly, I haven't had a lot of allergy issues since then. And it makes me want to like, yeah, support my teacher, but also support a local beekeeper. So very good points you're making. And I might even ask her like, hey, how much will a bucket be?
So what do you
yeah.
guys think of the guy that did the bees on his cannabis plants?
That's torture.
You know,
That's
I
akin to me of keeping sending your livestock to the slaughter yard, the holding yard before you send it through the slaughterhouse. Like, there's
I
no
asked
reason.
a guy about that was a beekeeper one time, and he said actually the bees will travel up to like 5 miles. They'll find like he studied bees forever, but he's like they'll find a little honey hole of whatever pollen or whatever they're trying to collect, and they'll work that, and that could be miles away from where their hive is. They don't give a fuck, but they seek out certain types of pollen is what the point was. But
Yeah, they have like so if the beehive is here, they have like a 2 to 2.5 mile radius. So the total distance is 4 or 5 miles, but they'll make it's a whole circle
yeah.
of about 2 to 3 miles from where the hive is.
But he said they'll skip over plants that are like flowering and try to find specific ones. Like they'll fly right over a patch that's right by their hive to go to one that's further away just because it was whatever they wanted at that time or whatever.
For sure.
I've
And
noticed some bees on my cannabis this year. Like not a
So-
lot, but I've noticed some.
Yeah, what did you say about bees and cannabis?
There was
Cascading?
I don't know if it was a fake article or not, but it was an article out of a guy from like, I think he was up in Canada or something, but he basically, the picture had a big bud and it had like 20 bees on it or whatever. And supposedly this guy had like trained the bees to
Collect them.
just the pollen or, which doesn't make sense because they were female flowers and the pollen is on the fucking male.
Well, they're not
I've
collecting
actually
the
read
pollen.
that.
They're collecting the trichomes, just like a bee collects pollen. They collect the trichomes on their body and they bring it back, and then they just like pollen transfer, it transfers into their honey in their combs, and then you get the cannabis enriched. It's the way I understand it, cannabis enriched honey. But cascading, what were you saying about bees and cannabis? It's death, murder. What's that? It kills bees.
It's like torture. So what that guy had to do was he had to take his beehive and lock it in basically a greenhouse with his cannabis, so they had no other option.
Because they get all sticky. Is that what you're saying? They can't
Well,
really.
It's not pollen, so they're not making honey from it. They make this substance called pullen. I believe it's pullen, something like that. I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's a different substance. It's kind of like royal jelly, and they can produce that with trichomes.
Yeah.
But they're not making honey. They're not making food out of it.
No,
It's
yeah.
a medicinal thing for the bees themselves. And I've definitely seen some bees here on my property taking something. It's like
Oh, I
not
got
a lot, but
Yeah.
2 bees here or there's definitely doing something on my plants.
Yeah,
I
I have
mean-
tons of bees all over my plants all the time. Wasps, of course, too. Those are predators that come in. But I have these little furry type bees. There's this one. It's a beetle. I forget if it's called a bee beetle or something like that. But it looks like a bee, a bumblebee, but it's actually a beetle. It's furry as hell. They're on the cannabis. So don't confuse those sometimes with bumblebees. But I do find bees like all over my shit, and they are so stoned. Like they are slow moving, like you know, I'm like, damn, he's high as hell, you know.
I mean, they're definitely honeybees. So I don't know. We have a lot of honeybees in the area.
Yeah. I was just saying in general.
No,
like, you know, don't be confused. The beetle is a different species. Yeah, but I heard that whatever they're making, maybe if it's not honey or whatever, but I heard that product that they are producing from bees that go on cannabis is a highly sought thing, you know. But I see what you're saying about Cascadian about the it being torture for a bee. Hey, I mean, they can barely move and fly. They get all sticky. They come and fly on my shit. They ain't barely getting out.
I mean,
it's not that they collect different pollen throughout the year, and the guy that I was talking to was saying that even when you collect the honey, you'll see changes in color throughout the honeycomb, depending on whatever they were collecting. So
yeah,
it's basically saying that they probably do land on the cannabis, and they probably do collect some stuff from it, but it's just, in the end, it's going to be mixed with so much other pollen and so much other stuff. It's just you know what I mean? It's a 1% of whatever was in the whole thing by the time they collected it. He was kind of getting at that it probably was in a lot of honey anyway, locally made honey. If people are growing outdoor, the bees are going to what they want.
Possibly.
He was thinking it was going to be like a concentration of like THC from the honey. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why people make cannabis infused honey. They make it after the fact with a dabs or something like that. Keep it, boil it or something. You know, I'm not sure the process exactly, but you know.
Yeah. Like when you really dive down the rabbit hole of herbalism, and you get to a point where you're to the point of diverging from what you've got the basics down, you know. You're to the point where you can kind of tread your own path. You're not going to rediscover or come up with anything, but you can kind of start to form your own philosophy per se, because that's what we have to do. We can't practice medicine, so we have to come up with our own guidelines of how to administer these preparations and how to use these herbs. You start to read things about like bear medicine or wolf medicine, or I would surmise that there is a bee medicine where if you watched, so like OSHA is also called bear root because the natives noticed that when a bear wasn't in its prime, didn't feel the greatest, wasn't the hot shot in the area, they're more liable to see those bears digging up and eating OSHA root. And it was a medicine for them. There's a deer medicine. But you'll notice that these animals are smart enough and have learned through time that some of these plants are medicine for whatever's ailing them. And there becomes whole philosophies based around the concept of bear medicine or wolf medicine or deer medicine. So I would surmise that there is a bee medicine. And I wouldn't think, because bees and cannabis roughly come from the same sort of area. They're going to have overlapping, honeybees in particular, and cannabis are going to have overlapping ranges in nature before mankind started carrying it everywhere. So it's only natural in my thinking that a honeybee would have developed some use for some part of the cannabis plant, but it's not to get high in the same way that we do. But I'm sure, oh, puppies. He picked up his puppy. He's a cutie. I would guess, though, I thought, and then we'll let him talk, but I would guess that they have some sort of reason.
I don't want to talk. I've been up all night. You carry on.
He's so cute. I would guess that they have some sort of reason for visiting the plant and some sort of medicine that they're gathering from that plant that God, he's a cutie.
Oh,
That they're gonna
He's
get
a key.
something. They're gonna get something from it, but it's not gonna be to get high, and it's not gonna be to make a product for us to get high. So it's gonna be something they turn into bee bread, or which is like a fermented pollen, or like Sungrown was saying, some sort of royal jelly kind of thing, or it's not going to be something we actually generally harvest for us. I wonder if they didn't work it into propolis, because the resin is sticky and propolis is sticky. That's what they stick their hive together with. If you've ever seen a beekeeper take his tool and have to pry the freaking lid off, it's stuck down with propolis.
And
Which
the
is-
article Smiley was mentioning earlier, like it fully describes like what it makes, and it like dude, the science on it's legit as far as that goes. I don't know if you're familiar with Paul Stamets that much, with the work he's doing with bees currently. One of the big things that he's working on is creating it's like mushroom medicine for bees. So he discovered that, you know, he had these wild bees and he had this compost pile that he inoculated with a certain kind of mushroom and the mycelial growth in it. The bees started like harvesting exudates from that, and they were in turn much, much healthier. So it turns out that the bees have a symbiotic relationship with all these different fungus that grow in rotting trees and hollow trees. So in the wild, bees live in these hollow, rotting parts of trees where these fungus naturally grow, and that's what kills the mites and the viruses and all this other stuff. And so what Paul Stamets is doing is he's creating these little like pods, for lack of a better term, that people can put out, and it either has like that medicine in it or it's growing the mycelium and the bees can come feed on it. In some way, he's making it to where people can put this stuff out in their yard and the bees can come feed on it. And it's going to help with the wing virus that bees are dealing with, and a lot of the other viruses that are brought to them by mites currently. So it's a big deal, and it could really help save a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I read that. It's been a few years now, so I'll have to look up into where he's at with it now. But he was just at the beginning of it when I was.
It's getting close. Like,
cool, man.
The last I checked, it was a few months ago, and it was, you know, getting ready to be ramped up to some sort of production. I don't know how much. But yeah, I'd love to take his supplements, but they're kind of expensive. Yeah.
I would love to learn how to make them myself, like Cascadians over here doing making medicine. You know what I mean? So I just can't wait to be involved in that more. You know, still learning.
He's making stuff with agaricon, which is like this big knobby thing that grows on old growth trees, and they take forever to grow, and you can't rush it. Like, So
when COVID first came out, they said that would cure the COVID. That was a tea you make out of it.
Probably.
It turns out that it grows all over the place here. And Goliath Grower has like pounds and pounds of this shit. It's like a fungus, but it looks like a big knot in the tree.
Yeah, it's almost like a beehive or something.
If it's black, if it's a big black, burly, burnt-looking spot on the tree, it's probably chaga and not agaricon.
Chaga.
Agaricon almost looks like.
Oh, it's different.
Yeah, it almost looks like.
Chaga is what I was talking about. Chaga.
Yeah. So my only issue with things like chaga and agaricon is harvesting it sustainably, because chaga, the people that go and get it don't necessarily. It's like the gold rush kind of right now for some of these mushrooms, and the people that go out and get it and they have, you know, their whole, you know, back of their truck full or whatever. I would doubt that they covered enough space to harvest it sustainably to ensure that the chaga is still going to be there when their grandkids go back to that same forest.
Yeah.
That's my only issue. It's beautiful medicine. I love what it does, but I would rather support like a farmer as opposed to a wild crafter, because I doubt there are wild crafters that know what the hell they're doing, but there are people that see this and they see what it sells for and they're like, let's maximize the situation. I know where to get a bunch of it. And they don't even think that they should only take 10 to 15% of it. They go take all of it.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm always harping on people when they talk about sourcing their mushrooms. It's like, well, where did they get their chaga? Or where did they get their agarikon? It's cool that they're selling it. I'm all for that part. But as long as they sustainably sourced it, that's the
Not
part.
all the agarikons produce the same stuff. I think that's part of
Responsible.
Agarikon looks like a
this
big,
huge library of agarikon to figure out which one's putting out the exact right stuff, because
right.
they're pretty unique. Like, they might not be snowflakes, but they're definitely all doing different stuff. And yeah, you're right. I don't think there's any way to sustainably harvest them.
Not agarikon at this time, but there are ways to farm chaga.
He's propagating them. Like, he'll take ones in the wild that are set to be, chopped down or whatever, and he's taking them into his lab. And
yeah, Stamets knows what he's doing.
So at least that's going on.
It's
Paul Stamets does some amazing work.
Yeah, it's the fly-by-night pop-up myco companies that I tend to have issues with, because I don't know where they're getting their shit from,
Yeah, you do.
Chaga is everywhere up here. Man.
Well, they're getting chaga from birch trees, but all of the wildcrafters are annihilating these birch forests for their chaga.
Yeah.
Business dictates that we take it all and not leave business for anybody else.
Well, not
you probably almost rebuild America with how much birch is up here, dude. So it's crazy,
Yeah, but chaga is only going to infect a certain population of the forest.
Yeah.
And then we should only take a certain amount of that infected population. I mean,
Yeah, you'll see them within like 1 in like 30 to 50 trees or something like that. I only learned about it this year through the COVID stuff.
You can hardly even see my puppy. She's so dark.
She's dark. Oh, wow. How old?
She's 6. German Shepherd Border Collie. But yeah, she hardly even shows up on camera. She's just all black to the tail back there.
That's a smart dog, probably.
Yeah,
mine barely fits in the camera.
So, Cascadian, I gotta ask. It seems like you're feeling good.
Yeah, man.
You don't seem a little nervous at all. Or,
no,
I'm saying you're the puff was a good puff.
Yeah. I got. Cool. What I worry about is I'll get little spikes of anxiety, and it'll cause. You should have just went that way. It'll cause tension in my back, and then next thing I know, I have a hard time breathing. So
gotcha.
That's where all the when I first got on, that's where all the yawning came from. I know you done came over here. Now you can't get out. There. Damn bucket of honey's in the way. But it'll cause the two muscles that go down my back to tense up right about between the shoulder blades, top of the rib cage. And then next thing I know, I can't expand my diaphragm and I can't take a deep breath. And that, when I notice that, it'll trigger an anxiety attack, and then it just.
Yeah.
You need to watch a documentary called Attention, Please. It's just 30 minutes long. It's inconclusive somewhat, but extremely interesting. Just take 30 minutes and look out Attention, Please. Because there might be something that links with those muscles in your back and your anxiety. It might be something that happened while you were born or in your mum's tummy. So just have a little read of that, or just have a little watch of that documentary. It's fucking interesting.
Well, I didn't grow up with anxiety. Anxiety was a learned response for me. So it's
Is that every strain, or you don't know, you got to kind of feel the ride out?
It's only with a low tolerance. So if I start smoking again, I'll get back to where I can smoke an eighth to a quarter a day, and there's no problem.
Okay. Just when you're first going.
Yeah. And that's sometimes when I get really messed up, that's why I'll quit smoking. I learned this at school. I have a very sensitive system to herbs in general, which is what makes it tricky with cannabis. But we were going through this exercise. We went out to the garden, and the yarrow was in flower. And the instructor said, okay, this is the kind of, she described the kind of flower you're looking for. And she said, now pick one flower. Yarrow has it's a composite flower. So it'll have a flower head like this big, but it's like hundreds of little baby flowers. It looks kind of like you know what a carrot flower looks like, or a Queen's
Umbel shape.
Queen Anne's lace. It's kind of, they'll all stick up, but then it's a bunch of little baby white flowers. And she said, pick just one. So it's just this little bud of a flower. She said, put it between your teeth and chew. It had a particular amount of openness, though. It was like just about to open. It wasn't all the way open yet, but the medicine's at its peak when it's just about to open with yarrow. And so we all picked one. There was like, a dozen of us. Pretty small little cohort that I went through this program with. And so put it between your teeth, and when I tell you to, chew. So we did. We put it between our teeth and we waited. She's like, everybody's got it there. Cool. Now chew. And we chewed, and it was supposed to it was fall. It was about this time of year. Early in the morning, maybe 9-10 o'clock. Sun was out, but there was dew on everything. It was kind of brisk, but really refreshing. We're in this beautiful garden, so it's this really relaxing sort of environment. But I just got done making a commute that I wasn't familiar with, driving a car that wasn't mine, going to school that I have anxiety about, in a class where I'd never met anybody but my girlfriend that was with me, listening to a teacher that I didn't trust tell me to put something in my mouth that happened to be a plant. So I had like 8 levels of anxiety all built up on each other in this situation that I wasn't really comfortable with, but I'm trying to learn. And there's another stressor. You're trying to mentally run your gerbil in your head on this wheel at a faster pace than you've done in years. And you don't want to miss anything. You don't want to forget anything. You don't know what the test looked like. It's your very first quarter. So you got all this going on. And on top of that, I had a sensitive system and had no idea. So we all chewed the bud up, and she's, okay, what do you feel? And everybody's like, oh, I feel a little relaxed. Or people were like describing, oh, it's so beautiful out here. And then she got to me and I was like, I could go back to bed. I told her I could crawl back in bed right now. You done me in right now. I'm right? And she moves on. And about 10 seconds later, I went to put my arms out to catch myself. And the only thing I caught was my girlfriend's sleeve on her jacket. And she looked at me and she goes, are you okay? I was like, I think so. Because the last thing I want to be is verbally weak. But that shit about made me pass out. I about fell flat on my fucking back, out.
Wow.
And
what was that? A panic attack?
No.
Oh, it hit
No,
him hard as hell.
It's the herb.
It was the relaxation of it, not just being relaxing, but putting me out.
But he has a sensitive system, so it hit him twice as hard as everyone else, man.
Right.
Fucking what a ride.
Right.
Wow.
So later, towards the end of the class, we had all sat down and she was like, what are your guys' experience? Because we went around the whole thing and she had us taste multiple things. And that was the first one. And after we did that, I was like, nope, I'm okay. Nope, I'm okay. The rest of the time, I'm like, I'll watch everybody else and get their reaction and I'll learn from that. But I'm not going to go doing this. I got to figure out what the hell this was all about.
I'd have been like, can I get 2? I need 2 of those.
Holy fucking Christ.
So we get to this table and we all sit down and she's like, okay, so I want you guys to each tell me what was the most enlightening thing about today. And I finally had a chance to tell my teacher what my deal was, what happened with Yara, what my experience was. And her eyebrows started here, and when I was done, they were up here. She was like, really? Like, almost like she didn't believe me, but almost like she couldn't believe it. And over the course of a couple more quarters and me reiterating the story, she finally learned that she could take me seriously, that I wasn't lying or doing this for a show, or, you know, I wasn't some class clown looking for attention, or and she told me, you know, be careful, you have a sensitive system and you don't need as much as everybody else when you're trying new things. And that's doubly true when it comes to reintroducing cannabis into my life. Is that, like, when I tell you I took a hit, I have a bong and it's got maybe a bottom base on it like that, and then a tube like that's probably 16 inches tall. I filled maybe a third of that base with smoke, inhaled maybe a third of that, and blew out the rest. And then put my mouth on the other end of the bong and blew the rest of it out. Like, I took like a pussy puff. Like, I took just the lowest amount of smoke I could take and actually get a feeling. And I'm good right now. I don't need any more and I don't want any less. Like, you know.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. So what it really cemented in me is that herbalism is very individual, and you can't tell. There are maximums of what like a normal body can handle, and
I do think pharmaceuticals are as well. You know, just because they give us a dose, I really don't think it's fitting for humans to have a dose like that. I don't think our systems work in that way.
Right. Yeah. There's your body chemistry is unique to you. So when it comes to trying herbs or bringing herbs into your life, it's smart to start low, but it's never smart to go over the maximum dose, because that's been lab proven to cause problems. But with me, it's doubly or triply so to start slow and see how I feel. So I'm even hesitant. There's a lot of herbal preparations I've made and I've never tried.
Because it's so concentrated.
And I don't know that I will, because my body's like, cannabis, good. A lot of these other herbs, whoa, we don't need all that. We just need cannabis most of the time. The ones that are more, so I might have talked about Eagle about this, but there's like a scale in life, and there's like food on one end, death on the other. And whether it's kale and carrots or herbs, you know, like oregano, thyme, like culinary herbs, or like dandelion or elecampane, or you get up to like OSHA, or the one that causes the most problem with people that are on medications that you have to be really freaking careful with is St. John's wort. Or like low dose herbs, you get up to like lobelia. I'm pretty hesitant to take low dose herbs because I don't know what they're going to do to me unless I totally understand the science of it. Because I'm sensitive and they're a low dose herb, meaning if you have too much of that herb, it might put you in a coma. You have a little bit more than that, it will kill you. Like, and then you get to poisons, and you get to those poisons, and you get to poisons, and you get to that. Neanderthal tried that mushroom one time, took 5 steps and dropped dead. Like, you know, there's a scale. Like poison henbane, you don't even touch it, let alone take it. So it's just crucial to people when they start to get into this stuff to understand, like even nutritional stuff, health stuff, trying to think for yourself on that nutritional, medical, health thing without seeking guidance of somebody who knows more than you. There's no shame in seeking the guidance of somebody who's got more knowledge than you. That's called learning. But
yeah.
When you try to
actually strive to find somebody like that, a mentor, you know,
yeah.
for sure. Sorry to interrupt, bro.
Oh, you're good, man. But when you try to do it yourself, you need to understand you're playing on this scale. And if you go too far and you come back, you might not ever be the same. And that I try to bring that up every time I go down the hole with this herbalism stuff, because I don't think a lot of people realize that everything that they put in their body is on that scale, whether it's water, whether it's, I mean, the wrong kind of air, you have too much, it'll kill you. You go walk in a house on fire and it's not the fire that's going to kill you, it's the smoke. Like, even if you make it out of the house, your lungs might not ever be the same. So it's just important to understand that everything that goes in your body, on your body, touches your body, it's all on that scale. And I don't think a lot of people really understand that part. I think we're kind of numb to that.
Doesn't take an awful lot of sodium to kill you dead. Like a teaspoon?
Sodium? You're not talking like table salt. You're talking like straight sodium.
Just anything. It's just it was just making me think about the amount of things that can quickly put your body out of balance to a huge detriment. Not very much of it. Obviously, that's not a herb, actually, but you know, that kind of thing. The kind of things we come in contact with.
Yeah.
Right. Even like some people will get skin allergies from wearing the wrong kind of clothing. That can cause, you know, that part to be sensitive to all kinds of things. And you might wear it a couple of times and be fine, but that's just because you didn't notice the irritation.
Yeah.
And then you put it on the next time and it just lights your arm on fire. You're like, what is this? You know?
Yeah. My skin's super sensitive. It's crazy.
Yeah, same, man. It's
So
it's
this, I
not fun.
was telling you I was going to grab that tincture. This is elecampane root in brandy. So this is brandy on the top up here, just brandy. I haven't shook it yet. But that white stuff is inulin, basically. And that's what the prebiotic is that feeds your digestive system. Feeds the gut flora in your digestive system. So that's,
How did you make that?
yeah, we made this yesterday. So all that came out in 24 hours.
So is that good for, you said respiratory, or is it good for your digestive system?
This is going to be used for the digestive system, but this herb does have indications for the respiratory system as well, but you're going to eat this. So
Yeah.
not that you're going to ever make anything that you put in your lungs.
No, yeah.
But like honey is like, you can put it in your mouth, suck on it, inhale through that. So you get a longer like evaporation sort of contact time where it's almost like a vapor rub sort of thing. Where
like a dab, not a dab.
It's just gonna get drank. And
But see, like I think I like on this path of like believing that some of these herbs and natural remedies are rebuilding like cells in the body. Like I found this one that rebuilds cells in the brain for your eyes and different things like that. So like when you talk about respiratory, I don't think of anything that needs to go in your lungs. I think of it going in your body that's rebuilding cellular structure, you know, damaged cells, you know, especially from like smoking. I cannot wait to stop smoking. I'm such a slave. Like you guys talk about kicking opiates and stuff, and I never ever had a problem with that. And I just can't imagine what you guys go through, but I can relate to the smoking. It's like, oh, it kills me every day, man. It kills me. It's killing me. I hurt, but I do it. We got to get it, you know, so I can relate on that aspect. But yeah, I just can't wait to stop and then start rebuilding, you know.
The one that I would suggest, because it's pretty like safe, is to make.
Hey, puppy.
I probably have one here somewhere, but I have a whole table full of things and a whole pantry full of other things. Yeah, actually, it's at my girlfriend's house. Mullein leaf, I believe, has compounds in it that have been proven to rebuild the cilia in your lungs.
Oh, beautiful.
So you know what cilia are?
Yeah, the little flangey things, the little finger
little
things,
hairs.
right?
Yeah, so you have two lungs, and then you have the tubes that come up that go to your out your mouth. And towards the top,
Esophagus.
you have these little hairs, basically, they call them cilia, and they kind of wave and wiggle. And if you've ever, so when I quit smoking, the only thing I smoke is cannabis. But when I quit smoking and I get like 5 days off, 4 or 5 days off, my lungs will start to flush.
Yeah.
And I'll go to clear my throat and actually hack up a piece of black. And the cilia are the parts that wave and wiggle all of that contaminant up out of your lungs to the point where when you clear your lungs, it comes out. Tim, that's mullein, M-U-L-L-I-E-N. Yeah, mullein. I'm pretty sure it's the leaf. I can double check that, but I'm pretty sure it's the leaf. But it repairs those cilia, because those cilia get damaged when you smoke, and they won't work as efficiently. And it's been proven to repair those cilia so that response is more effective, and you can actually clear your lungs better, which helps a lot in respiratory cases or cases of smoking or quitting smoking, because it helps to get that contaminant out of your body. It helps to clear that.
Is it cleaned out with like the help of like mucus?
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's what's cleaning it. Okay.
The mucus, I believe, is your lungs repairing themselves. It coats in it, like you said, it gets all the contaminated in that mucus, so you can cough it out.
Right.
Yeah.
Kind of.
So I got all that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I finally actually started feeling my left lung. I collapsed a lung in the military. I always thought it was the right lung, but man, I think it might have been my left lung, because I started feeling it this year, and I'm like, oh, I feel my left lung again. Holy shit. You know? Yeah, it's terrible.
Could have been both.
Hang on real quick. I mean, y'all can talk, but give me a minute.
Yeah, Twisted. It could have been both, and like the other one was more damaged, but the left, the main one you were thinking about was you were taking care of it, and I should say you were focusing on it.
Focusing on my right always, yeah.
But it's the other one still had some damage. I'm just it could be, could not be, but
it's almost like it was clogged for all these years, bro. Because I started having pain in my chest, and it was like not my heart, nothing like that. I could feel it in my lungs, and then I started like breathing in real hard, and I started coughing out stuff, and I'm like, oh, ooh, I think my left lung works now. I can take bigger breaths and stuff. That's weird.
Yeah, man. If I used to smoke myself, but cigarettes, like 14, 15 till I was 18, and I stopped, and I started meditating, and that actually helped out with cannabis as well. So maybe look into that a little bit. So yeah, just a little 2 cents.
I need to change
for what happened.
Yeah.
It helps. It helps the stress relief. Cascading.
So you can kind of see the liquid in this one as well. Here's the one I had before, this one. But you can see how the color of the liquids are similar. This is dandelion. Also contains inulin, which is why they look similar. This side you can actually see really well. Same constituent. It's a prebiotic. And this is dandelion root. It's either vodka or brandy. I can't tell now because there's so much inulin in it. And this one has another similar look to the liquid. You can tell that by my finger more than down in the herb. This is burdock root. also contains inulin. So there's several herbs you can go to for your inulin. They can all be eaten. These are all more nutritive herbs than they are. They're closer to nutrition than they are to poison or low dose. Yeah. They're all safe to eat. Which are
I've seen people straight up eat dandelions.
Oh yeah, the whole plant is edible.
Yeah. Aren't dandelions toxic though to plants? Like they give off like poison or something.
No.
I heard someone say exactly the same the other day. The whole plant is edible. It's supposed to be a bit magical, actually.
Yeah.
Good for the soil.
Dandelion salad. They put actually people eat dandelions in salads. Not very good. I don't suggest it. I don't suggest it. I've ate them. They're not
Dandelion
good.
root makes good root beer.
Eagle, that's interesting you bring that up because the Americans are like the epitome of what I'm getting ready to say. Because especially in America, we have I think there's been a bit of an agenda behind this, honestly. But we have done a very good job steering away from anything bitter. And I think it's our fascination with trying to be elitist, per se.
I don't know, man. Sour diesel.
You don't eat it though, so it's not having the same effects as what I'm meaning. Bitters. So I have a professor. I have a mentor. I guess she's more of a mentor now because I'm not in school. She every time she cooks, she has I don't know what it is, so I can't answer, but she has a particular tea that she makes, and it has some bitters in it. And she'll start cooking her meal, whatever it is, and she'll drink her tea while she's cooking her meal. And what bitters do is they stimulate digestion. So they stimulate the secretion of hydrochloric acid in your stomach.
Give us an example.
Dandelion. Perfect bitter.
Argula.
Are you talking like Angan Sutra or however you say that, like the stuff they use to make drinks with, like those bitters?
Angostura bitters? No, I don't think he means that.
So a lot of times those bitters are formulated with the same bitter plants. They're just alcoholic, if that's what you're talking about, alcoholic preparations that they use to add to like a cocktail or something. Is that what you're meaning?
Yeah.
It's the same plants and they're just formulating a combination of plants to where that bitter in that drink has this mutual respect, so it adds to the drink. But there's like nutritional bitters. Dandelion's just a really good one, dandelion leaf. But even I think the root works. You could make a dandelion root tea and drink that while you were cooking. But they stimulate secretion of hydrochloric acid in your stomach. They stimulate the movement of bile from the gallbladder into the intestines to digest fats, emulsify fats. They stimulate, what's the word? Should be disappointed in me right now. There's a word for your colon, like squeezing and moving things through your colon, but the art of moving, there's a word for it, I can't think of it right now. But moving things through your colon.
Isn't that called shitting?
No, that's what comes out the end. But there's a word. Anyway, it's not important. It's what makes you feel like you have to take a shit though. It's not actually taking a shit.
It's like the bubble.
Oh, the puckering up. I get it.
It leads to the puckering up and it leads to the prairie dogging, but it's not the actual like taking the shit part.
The first drop.
It's the bubble
I know.
guts, man. It's when you get done eating and your gut goes glug glug and you're like, oh,
That's the bubble
not
gut.
far out right
Yeah,
there.
everybody.
Man. That's coming along nice.
It's not that strong. This is just, we're talking like a healthy movement.
In
not,
your intestine, further up your intestine, boys. Fuck's sake.
not a I'm gonna fill both
Looks like a
shoes
demon
kind of
drop.
thing.
What?
Children, a lot of you.
But
Peace out,
by the
guys.
time,
Sorry to interrupt you, man. I need to go ice my neck. I'm hurting pretty bad tonight. Thanks.
Oh,
But
Yeah,
black,
man,
black
get some
coffee's a
rest.
bitter, yeah?
One love, fam.
Get some rest, bro.
Thank you, son, grown.
Awesome interview, man.
Pleasure to have you, my friend.
Shout out Green Bicycles. For Sungrown actually set me up with an interview. So shout out Green Sungrown for setting that up. That was pretty cool. Just talked a little.
Peristaltic. Yes, Aldridge coming in with the win, man.
Feel better.
Yeah, peristalsis. That's the word I was trying to think of.
Cool.
But yeah, don't forget, if you go hit up.
It's gonna
Green
haunt you if you didn't if somebody didn't give it to you, huh?
Yeah.
No, I'm just messing around.
If
But
you
yeah,
go
go ahead.
looking for the products Sungrown was mentioning, I can't think of the names right now.
It was bitters. So anyway. Yeah.
No, what Sungrown was saying. If you go get them from Green Bicycles, remember to say Sungrown sent you, and you'll get a discount. Just shouting them out.
Yeah,
The tea, the happy ending tea,
Happy
and
Endings tea.
the other product I can't remember.
That is a great name for that too.
It really is. I was just like, wow.
Everybody loves that.
On the money.
Yeah, I was not about to get that word. I never heard that word before. It's coffee bitter, black coffee. Does that work like that?
Yep, that's exactly what it's doing.
Hmm.
That's why I can't have any. But so by the time she gets done cooking her meal, though, she cannot be hungry when she starts cooking, and by the time she's done cooking, she's ready to eat it all and not give any to her partner. Like, it stimulates digestion to the point that you are hungry.
Starving.
So if you ever, if you're like, I think it's really important for like chemotherapy, sort of, where they don't want to eat or they can't eat, or eating makes them feel sick, or it stimulates that whole system to make that system want something, and then you provide what it wants, and it actually digests better because you've already primed the system. It's like priming an engine with a shot of engine starter in the
Spray. Cold
spray.
spray.
And it'll start. Like it's priming the system, getting it ready. And
Aldridge would like to know, how do you prepare your dandelion there, Cascadian?
so this, I would guess, I'm only guessing because the book's at my girlfriend's. So I can either get back to you with the real data, or you can take my guess right now, but don't hold it against me if I'm wrong. I believe this is a 1 to 5, meaning it's the grams in herb is the 1 to 5 times that much. Maybe it's a 1 to 2 because it looks pretty thick. I think it's a 1 to 2. So it's however many grams of herb times plus twice that many milliliters of, this is probably vodka. So say there's 30 grams of herb in here, which I'm pretty sure there's more than that, but for number's sake, there's 30 grams of herb. You would add 60 milliliters of vodka, and that would be a 1 to 2. So if you're ever buying like tinctures and stuff, and it'll say on the label, it'll say 1 to 5 of, and then they usually give a range because it's proprietary, but it'll say like 57 to 63% alcohol. You know that the 1 is the amount of herb, the 5 is the amount of menstruum, or vodka in this case. And then the percentage of that menstruum, that vodka, is between 57 and 63, which is probably 60. But a lot of those upper or those upper botanical companies will do research to see what percentage really is the most effective. So it might not be. It might be 59. It might be 61. It might be 63. But they don't have to get particular. It's just nitpicky stuff. So that's probably a 1 to 2. So it's however many grams of herb with twice that many milliliters.
I am Eagle. Eagle Gardens.
Eagle
What up, Eagle Gardens?
That fucking scared the shit out of me. I didn't even touch the button. It just started playing and shit.
I'm like, how dare he jump in like that?
Where the
Advertising.
fuck that come
I'm
from, man?
going into that conversation story.
I had both hands on this joint and shit when that started playing, man.
Yeah.
Like we made this yesterday.
Hosts.
This is the Ella campaign root, and I know this is a 1 to 2. So this is 150 grams of Ella campaign root and 300 milliliters of brandy. We used brandy yesterday.
You're sleeping.
So the dandelion is probably a 1 to 2. I just don't know how much and how much.
I'm good, comfy.
You're talking to your dog, bro.
Sorry, man. Fucking hell.
So DK, you would
Be glad he
take,
didn't say anything else.
you would take 1 ounce of herb. You do it in grams to milliliters. So 1 ounce of herb is gonna be 450 or 28 point. Is it 1.5 or 3.5? 28 grams of herb, and you would add that to 56 milliliters of menstruum vodka. If you're talking like cannabis, you're gonna want to use something a higher percentage than vodka. I am not a fan of Everclear. They are not my favorite company, but you can find organic, high percentage, high proof alcohol.
What about pure grain moonshine? That's probably the best. No,
Depends on it. So it depends on what it's made with. The reason I don't like Everclear is because they use GMO corn.
oh, okay, gotcha.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So as long as the source that you're starting with,
It's going to be pretty difficult to get away from that, isn't it?
there's
Maybe.
companies that do it. They're out there. Everclear is just not the one for me. But I understand that that's the only thing a lot of people can find.
Now, real quick question: when you make these tinctures or the honeys, do you consume the plant material, or are you straining and just consuming the alcoholic or the tincture part?
You strain it out.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I always didn't understand that. Are you just like them with them kumchaka stuff? They drink all that booger in there and shit.
Kombucha.
That sounds like freaking. I'm telling you, man, we used to make that shit in jail, bro, in the toilet and shit. You know what I'm saying? That sounds like toilet hooch to me.
Hey. Selfie.
All right.
Come on, Eagle. Don't
Selfie.
have it, dude.
Tear in your chest.
I'm
come on.
making my kombucha in a toilet bowl, damn it.
Well,
No.
we would put it in a Gatorade bottle, but we had to hide it in the toilet. You know what I mean? They couldn't
I
find
heard you
it.
talking about it yesterday, Eagle. How much does that shit cost? How much is one of them drinks?
Oh, anywhere from 250 to 350 on average.
Yeah, depends
Like
on what
coffee,
you get
then.
in the sale. You can get them on sale too, but it depends on which one you get. You and I drink the same one, but I'm also trying to make my own.
Yeah. Now, see, those
Dude.
cultures also arise like when you make homemade wines. Like Dago Red is made with strawberries, and that often has that in the bottom of it. You know, different kinds of wines you'll find.
Grappa.
I always would filter them. You know, like I ain't drinking that shit, man. The floaties and like I just think it like that.
It's called grappa, and you can separate it off and sell it as a separate drink. It fucks you up.
You got to keep your eye out right now. They've got it's like they calling it like a 25 year edition. kombucha. It's like a blue color. That
Yeah,
shit is
yeah.
so good.
Oh, you tried it?
It's oh, it's great. It's unbelievably good. It's like
Oh, he's making
this
some
shouldn't
right
be, this
there.
is this can't possibly be healthy.
He's making some right here.
Yeah. I guess you can't really see it.
There you go.
Red on a red wall.
Would that be considered like a wine?
This is a mead, particularly.
Oh,
but
mead. Oh, okay.
I'm
Okay.
making this on purpose. But yeah, I got the gross leaves at the bottom, and I got some floating blueberries at the top. You guys, you can kind of see, I guess.
And how much of it do you drink? Like a Coke?
I'm not a heavy drinker, so this batch is gonna last me probably 5 years.
Holy shit.
Oh, is this gonna feel alcoholic?
Oh yeah, this is like 13% alcohol. This is a mead. This is honey wine with fruit in it.
Hooch.
But no alcohol for you, Eagle, on the day to day. No. They're just a soft drink.
My
Yeah.
kombucha doesn't have any alcohol in it. No. I
Hey,
think it's just
Actually, it has
just
a
before
tiny
alcohol.
bit.
Yeah, it'll
But-
have a little bit, but you won't
Yeah.
really feel it.
Not detectable. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
you're good, but I mean, just so you know, don't all fermentations have alcohol in them to some extent? A small, very small, like very minute, but that, yeah, exactly.
Oh, so you're not even drinking alcohol, Eagle?
No, I don't
Oh,
drink
I
alcohol.
thought you were always drinking an alcoholic beverage. Okay.
No.
No,
So it's
I haven't
not-
drank in
it's not-
25 years.
Okay. So you're just, well, I didn't think you drank at all. I just put, so what you're doing is basically drinking for the taste and the culture.
Yeah, supplement.
The
Keep my gut
probiotic
right.
effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, probiotic.
I thought you were also for the culture, but to have a little nightcap, or morning cap. I don't know what time of day it is for you. Okay. I understand now completely. Yeah, because I was always like, why the fuck is he drinking? I'm not
Most of us
judgmental,
don't
I
drink
just
on
don't
this show.
understand it. I just sometimes I'm like,
Well,
he's
you're
smoking
confused
weed.
because it's in a 40-ounce bottle. That
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It could be.
Yeah.
yeah. All right, guys, I gotta jump out and get to bed. So
I was out,
Better
peace
smiling.
out, man. Cascadian, Raptor, Twisted, Green 13,
bro.
Puppy.
Thank you for
Buddy.
popping in,
No,
man.
brother.
Yeah, Eagle, have a good one, man. Always.
Have a good one, brother.
Harvest 2020.
How's the harvest going, Twisted?
Oh man, it's going freaking crazy. One of my harvesters is sick now because I was sick and I got him sick. But he kept coming over every day when I was sick and we weren't harvesting. We're just playing video games and smoking weed. And I tell him, I'm like, bro, I'm sick again. So I'm cool. Younger guys, they always think they're bulletproof and stuff. I used to be kind of like that. But I'm like, you didn't say no. So now he's down for days and stuff. So I'm down one guy, and my other guy is he can only really work on the weekends and stuff. He's got a job and family and stuff like that. My sister's up here right now, so we're gonna try to jam out as much stuff. But right now we're under our completely frozen second frost. It's technically the third frost, but the second frost was barely even a frost. This is like shit's frozen right now, So all the stuff that's really mature needs to come down immediately because tomorrow we're gonna have another frost, like a bad frost, and then it's gonna warm up again. You know what I mean? But so the stuff that's a little more premature, that stuff's more like a vegetative flower. I always see it as, and it's more hardy. When they start maturing up, I find that they really start getting nailed by the frost, and the more it rains, the more the frost comes, the more bud rot comes, the more they really start getting degraded by the wind and just the weather in general. I got a lot
Turn
of
it back to biomass. Turn it back to gunk.
Yeah.
So do you have a press? Do you make any bubble hash?
No, I have the bubble bags. But that process for me is, well, that was before I actually had shoulder surgery. So I was hand whipping, so
Yeah,
for
yeah.
me, that process was torture, bro. Torture. It was terrible. So, and the return wasn't really what I was expecting, but I guess I only have one set of bags. And then seeing everyone else do their process with better bags, bigger bags, I was like, man, the bubble bags is really like for like a home little bucket process. I really need like production stuff.
No.
I want to throw
They're a
pounds.
little like you should look for the ones that are mostly mesh, except for the top. And
Exactly.
then the top where you can fasten it
Yes,
to
exactly.
your
Like
bucket.
solventless bacon bakes, one of our bros. He's got a big channel on YouTube. He does that whole process with the washing machine. That's what I said. I would do the washing machine, but
I've never tried it, but micron extracts, I've been looking at them and it looks nice. But there are other, just look around.
yeah,
They're expensive, but if you want an example of like what uh I've seen some processors that use it and
yeah,
they're just dumping out, like
yeah,
dumping out hash. I'm just like,
yeah. Oh, for sure.
yeah. So
See, I
if
don't
you're looking
really.
for something that can get you more material through,
And that's my thing. Is I'm
Eagle,
like,
how much material can you get in your washing machine? How much grass?
yeah.
In 2 5-gallon buckets, or at least 1 5-gallon bucket of dry material, and then
Yeah.
20-gallon machine.
Damn.
So I could probably about 4 pounds.
Fuck. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm all about the outcome too, because when I look at my bud, I can break this bud up. Mine is not true, but I can break this bud up and roll me a joint. Only waste I'm gonna have is that stem and my roach, but I keep my roaches usually to do a second gen joint and stuff like that. So there's very little waste when I have a bud. My keef goes down in my tray, right? I collect my keef. But then when I do, like, we got a 6-foot, half-pound BHO extraction kit, right? And then, like, so I have a other open blast glass tube, right? So we blasted some stuff through there, and I pulled
Well,
that.
that's dangerous, mate. You don't want to do that.
No, well, so many people do. No, so pulling that weed out of that tube. Now you still got an extract, right? But you pull that weed out of that tube, I wouldn't have done this. But you could have literally rolled that stuff up and smoked it. It was still completely covered in trichome. There was so much shit. Like my tube is completely coated in resins. I'm like, holy shit, this is not. If I was the boss and everyone ran all my stuff through that, they would be fired. You're fired. You didn't stop immediately and notice that this is not working. I'm like, no, So we got this big power BHO extraction kit. That works really well. We're getting around 30% out of the half pounder. So that's really cool. We're getting really close to 30% out of there. So that's working really well. Although when you pull the material out, there's still tons of trichomes on there. It's weird. It looks like nothing came off.
Onto edibles from there,
You
I'd say.
find pockets. It finds pockets that it never even gets touched by some of the gases. I think it's very strange. I'm gonna try mine in the dust because I'm gonna pack mine full of trichomes.
Have you tried looking under like a really good? You don't even really need a microscope, but it would help to just look at your material and see
for sure.
what.
I
Yeah,
scope my
sure.
material every time I'm finished with it.
Bro.
First thing you do is start handling it. That will tell you everything. But if you want to then get a scope and have a look, all you'll see is
it's covered, bro. You can see the trichomes on it still. It looks like weed you can just roll right up, but it's been blasted with BHO, so I don't mess with that. It goes straight in the compost.
Not enough solvent, my friend. Not enough solvent on not broken up enough.
Yeah, that's what I think. Sometimes it's not broken up enough. So I'm gonna start doing it in powder form and see, like grind.
Just be careful of the color. Then you'll get a lot of. Don't go too powdery. You'll get a little bit green.
Yeah, maybe like halfway.
I think it depends
halfway
on
between the
how
two.
much BHO you're running through it, because like we try to run it 1 or 2 times, right? The first run comes out pretty decently clear and stuff like that. Your second run comes out green as shit, almost black, so dark green it's like black. You know what I mean? So it's like more of the chlorophyll stuff is coming out. But that's why I like stripping it down and just putting straight keef through. You know, now you're saying about a press and stuff. Like, I'm not the guy that presses, because still you have to put it in bags. And then, man, I press like, I don't know, almost a couple ounces of Leia last year. And then I have all these pucks that are just coated in trichome goo, you know, like that. So I'm like, oh my God, there's so much waste right here. Then people make edibles and cook it down. I'm like, man, that's another process though. You know what I mean? Like, so, like the bubble hash for me, I'm not really into hash. I don't, the high to me is completely different. You know, I like a more cerebral high than a body high. I'm already like low kind of energy type of body dude. Like, I need to be up and like, you know, I need an upper kind of thing, you know? So I like the cerebral, like in my brain, I like to feel it like in my chest and in my back a little bit, like this heavy kind of pressure a little bit. But I don't like every time, I don't care what kind of hash it is, like I just get like this, like, oh man, like I'm down. You know, I don't necessarily like that feeling. I don't have a market for hash, so I don't make the hash. You know what I mean? So, but I have not ran any of my own material through our BHO extraction yet. We've only ran some scrap material. It's not scrap, but just some scrap material, test it, and kind of get the science of it down, because we're doing the passive extraction. So it's all science, hot temperatures, cold temperatures, and you got to put it all in there. It's by pressure, you know, there's no forced pressure pushing the gas in there. If you don't have it hot and cold, ain't no gas going in your shit, man. You know, liquid coming out.
Have you tried any like ethanol extraction, that kind of solvent?
No, and I wanted to use ethanol because that
Because it
is
does a closed loop and it's much.
Oh, I have it
Uh,
closed here. Yeah.
oh, I thought you said it was. Oh, okay.
What's that,
We were
dude?
talking about.
No. I have a glass open blast too, but I learned
Okay.
we ran a little bit through it, an ounce or two, and it was shit. So
I was just giving an example of like while you were doing the
immediately,
current stuff.
yeah,
Okay,
we
sorry.
immediately bought the freaking closed loop system, and we used the passive return where we passively, extract the gas out of it
Okay.
and then recapture it in another tank. And then, dude, it's so fast. It's like return after return after return. And then each time you do it, you try to get better and better returns. I mean, the data you can collect on a BHO extraction closed loop system is like it's right after another. It's not like minutes, or instant, but it is instant. You don't have to do all these drying processes. You do, of course, you have to let it evaporate and stuff like that. But the purge system is quick. It's not like other things in my
opinion. Other way around. The purge is slow. The blast is quick. Making oil is quick.
Yeah, but it's pretty quick to make BHO though.
That's what I meant. Making the oil is quick. Purging the gas takes a week.
Yeah, well, it depends.
Well, it doesn't. Do it right or don't fucking do it. So for sure, do it right. Because
if it all tests to 0 ppms, then you know what I mean. It's right, in my opinion.
Yes.
So, but it all depends, because some people are weird about it, and they'll sit there and toggle that switch for hours and hours and hours and hours. Like, how do you purge? Because I haven't done my own stuff yet. I watch all kinds of videos and trying to collect all the data I can. Bro, I got pounds of shit to put through this thing, man. So I want
you can keep making a muffin and crushing it and making it and crushing it. But what you're actually doing is agitating your material, and more likely down the line, if it gets a bit too warm, you're then going to get a bit buttery around the edges, which is sort of what you don't want. So
yeah, we don't want the heat.
not too much activity. You've got lots of time in your life, unless you haven't. So I take a week over it, and it stays below 30 degrees C, which
But how do you
30
do
C
it?
to F.
But how do you do it?
Fahrenheit.
Below 86 degrees, it's I have a vac oven or a heat plate, and I make a slab, and it sits on the heat plate in a vac oven, and I put a vac on it. Probably every 24 hours. Huh?
You have a vac oven?
Well, I have a vac chamber.
Okay, because they're two totally different things. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but I have a heat plate.
Them.
I have a heat plate that has half-degree increments. So
Okay,
that's where I put some money to make sure that stays below 86 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I keep mine at 75.
Cool, nice. And then it'll probably get a vac pulled on it every 24 hours. And after 24 hours, I'll let it out. And then at halfway now, I'm flipping it. About 2.5 days, I'll take the slab off, flip it over. And obviously you then get quite a restart. Then it gets sort of quite gassy again. Or some of that's air, actually. Some of it's you just trap some air in there. But then, yeah. And then it's really just watching it over the last, what you were saying, really, day 4, day 5 is when everything just starts to sit down, really.
Yeah. Okay, good. Because that's exactly my thought on it right there. Because I was talking to this other guy, and he makes some stuff. I'm talking like it's as clear than honey. Oh man, it looks so good. It was Gorilla Glue. It tasted good, super terpy and stuff. And I was like,
but he did some of that upstream with being super crazy cold on his blasting. Like he would have used some dry ice on his system probably.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So he's got no fats and lipids in there.
Yeah. That's what we do is the dry ice systems. Yeah, that's what I do. It's mad dry ice, dude. But yeah. So he said, I was like, how long do you purchase for it? He said sometimes 2 days, sometimes a week. And I was thinking, holy fuck, to sit there and toggle that for a fucking week.
And no one wants to write it on the internet that you can just leave it. No one wants to tell you for some reason. You can search it, but once your vac is made, it's a vac. You don't have to keep it.
Okay. Now here's my question. You might think I'm stupid, but dude, I've never went down this rabbit hole. I'm just now getting.
Yes, you can turn your pump off.
So what?
Yes, you can turn your pump off.
Thank you, because man, I burned one out already, bro. I had to buy a fucking new pump because it burned it out, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, you seriously got to let this thing run the whole fucking time? Okay.
But no one wants to write it down, do they?
No.
You can search the internet.
No, I'm
so
on
you
my
shut it off,
pump, bro.
You shut it off and you turn your pump off. Never run your pump for more than 20 minutes.
I burned my first pump out on the first run. I killed it.
They're really funny bits of kit. They need oil changes all the time.
Now, where the hell what oil goes in these pumps, dude? What?
Mineral oil.
Mineral oil.
Yeah, I'll get you a bottle.
Is it like mineral spirits or no?
I'll get some because it's going to have a specific number on it.
Okay.
Hold tight one second.
I have looked everywhere. They don't have it in none of the books on the freaking when you buy the thing. I was like, it comes with this spit of oil in there. It doesn't even fill it up to the freaking line. I'm like, look, it burns oil. What's that?
Can you tell how runny this is? This was
honey
when
that's
I
beautiful
put it in the jar. But look at it now. It runs like water.
Yeah.
That's how quick it's pulling this stuff out of this herb.
Yep.
So
it looks like.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying the liquid that's in like where the herb, because the herb's all gathered at the top of the jar.
Yeah.
But the liquid that's within the herb has thinned out.
Yeah.
So almost water consistency. You can see it really well lined up on that backdrop.
That's really cool science, though. That's really freaking cool.
but down in my hand, the bottom half of this quart jar is still thick like honey. I'm trying to push this down in there, but I wanted to show that before I mixed it up really good.
Yeah.
It's still
You know that
definitely
from
thick.
my view, that looks like SpaghettiOs.
Yeah,
it really does.
The roots cut into these little rounds.
That's really cool. That's a fat ass root, bro.
Yeah, they were pretty big.
Damn. Yeah, I get into that. Not all witchy into it yet, but I do that weed church stuff, you know, and I talk about the root cutters and the suckers and healers, and that's one of the things that God's taught a certain line of people, and that's what stemmed into witchcraft and all these different sages and shamanism and stuff, everything like that. But it originally was taught, man, so many freaking years ago, and people just aren't on board with it yet. Really, if we can go back to that time,
they used to be
those documents, man. Oh, Jesus, do you know what we could possibly do?
It's still there. It's just
but it's, you know, it might have got twisted, changed. Environments are different. Plants are different. Like there's one plant that I hear them talk about. I never caught this until recently. I wrote it down somewhere, but man, I have to research this plant and figure out where it is, or what it is, and where it is. Does it still exist? You know, because
I'm sure it does.
Well, some plants, you know,
all this knowledge is essentially suppressed by the modern medical system.
Or they capture the plant and they'll make it go extinct, or they'll keep it in a lab.
People like me have persisted through time because that's the only way that I learned about this stuff. So it's still there. It's just it's not talked about.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna get into this stuff, deep hardcore, and I'm gonna be doing just what you're doing right there, dude. And I hope to learn a lot from you. Actually, I didn't know you were into this stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah.
I must have missed when you were on with Eagle. I'm gonna have to go back and watch.
I went to school for this stuff.
Your interview, yeah, that's so cool, dude. That's super cool. But I don't like man-made medicines. You know, of course, I take aspirin because my feet are just. If you guys could walk in my shoes for 5 minutes, you would go, holy shit, I would blow my brains out. Oh my gosh, it's intense.
I got similar shoes.
But yeah, I'm all into natural remedies, man. Natural herbs. There's so many. Like Michigan has so many plants, like so many like wildflowers, what people would call weed. But I guarantee there's so many of them that are medicinal.
Oh yeah. I guarantee that probably 7 of the 10 plants you look at when you go outside have medicinal compounds.
Absolutely.
The other 2 of the other 3 will probably hurt you, and the 10th one will kill you. So.
Yep. Yeah, I think we might have that one you were talking about, that bane one. There's a lot of banes that are bad, like wolf's bane, I think, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Dog bane, hen bane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crazy ones. There's a plant that, you know, most people in the northern eastern hemisphere are used to seeing as a weed, and it's like a shelf type flower, and it's like how you were describing. It's like one big flower bloom, but it's made of a shit ton of little white flowers, and it's a flat like flower, and it grows super tall, like 4 feet tall. Now in Afghanistan, the cousin of that plant is what they make freaking poison out of. And then that's what supposedly caused like a lot of different issues. They would cut this plant down and use it to cut off water supplies or kill cities. If they, instead of invading, they would put this plant in their water system, and it would go and kill every single person. They just walk through the gate.
Yeah, that's an old school technique with lots of different plants. Or give them all the shits, or that's tried, tested, and true right there.
Yep, that must be the paper man.
Send you the details for that oil, dude.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I didn't want to distract you guys from your talk, but I just wanted to point that out before I mixed it all together because it was really cool how quick I did it on air. So I was like, check this shit out.
That's really cool. That's
You
cool.
look like Cheerios, dude.
That's a really fun rabbit hole to go down, is herbal medicine, man. Real herbal medicine, you know.
Yeah, it's out there.
It is really out there. There's a homesteading show I used to watch, or surviving in Alaska or something like that, wild, and these people lived in a tree house. They had bears all around, and the guy had real bad stomach problems, cramping, almost like what I used to have. I have like IBS now, so I have to watch what I eat. But before, I used to have like cramping out of nowhere, bro. I was a healthy, strong person. And all of a sudden, I would be hunched over in my work van and be like, oh my God, I feel like someone's killing me. And this guy had the same symptoms. And his wife was like a witchy type person, and she had this herbal healing book. And she would literally climb out of the treehouse and go walk around and pick the medicines that it said in the book to do. And it would have the recipes, and she'd make these tinctures. He would take them, and it would freaking cure him. And he believed in her 100,000%. It was so cool.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we essentially did the same thing for my girlfriend. We were dating for a little while in community college, and it was finals of fall quarter, our final year at community college, and we were between finals. And I said, hey, let's go get some lunch. And we went to this little hole-in-the-wall restaurant, and she ordered something, I ordered something. We both thought the food tasted off. Neither one of us finished our meals. A couple days later, she had very similar symptoms. She was curled up on the floor in the fetal position, crying. She actually went to the doctor, didn't tell me about it, with her mom. And went back to basically a brat diet: bread, rice, what is it? No, bananas, rice, applesauce, toast, I think, brat. I think. She started reading into IBS. She started reading into all of that sort of stuff. And she ate that until we could reintroduce things into her diet, one thing at a time, to try to figure out what was causing problems and what was causing issue.
Yeah.
And eventually she went on probiotics for a while, the pills, and that helped a little bit. And then we kept trying, she'd go like a week eating what she was eating, and then we'd introduce something new, and she'd eat it once, and then we'd wait a couple of days, she'd go back to eating what she was eating. And
what about dairy? No dairy? No. First thing to go with stuff like that, yeah?
Yeah, dairy and a lot of the grains, because out here, I don't know if this is true out there, but out here they'll use, we didn't know it at the time, we just knew that the grains were hurting our stomach, but a lot of grains out here are, if they're not sprayed with glyphosate as a weed killer.
Same for us, brother. Same for us.
They're sprayed with glyphosate because it'll like quick dry the grains. So it's on there regardless, basically, in a lot of these mass-produced products.
It's systemic, really. When I walk my daughter down the side of a farm field, I don't feel clean. I feel dirty. I want to be away from that farm and into the countryside, really, where there's no farming, because it's fucking nasty. I don't even really want to breathe in when I'm walking down a cornfield.
So that's how we started making sauerkraut. Sauerkraut was our way to get her off of the probiotics. She doesn't need the pills anymore, because the same thing that's in the pills you can find in sauerkraut.
I drank the probiotics.
That's part of the kombucha thing too, is it's full of probiotics. but we basically built her back up to. So when I met her, she told me her hair didn't grow. She told me that, you know, she was vegetarian. She was this, that, and the third, but she told me her hair didn't grow. I had short hair when we met. My hair ain't short no more. And she had shoulder length hair, but she told me it never went past her shoulders. And now it's mid torso. I mean, she was shocked the day that she realized her hair was growing.
Oh,
It had been so long. So not only have we brought her back to where she was, we've brought her farther.
above and beyond.
Yeah. But
It's
it's
amazing.
taken 2.5, 3 years maybe to get her to this point. I wouldn't say by any means she has an iron stomach, but she has a very good understanding of what she can eat and what she can't eat, and a very good understanding of what feeling good feels like and what, fuck, I shouldn't have ate that feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only just really started to learn at the age of 45 to listen to my body rather than just, ignore that shit, drink some coffee, rude boy. You know, like fucking listen to your body, dude. Just go to bed or whatever it is, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's being in tune with yourself is really important. Listening to those inner signals is more important than listening to somebody else tell you what you need to do. Whether it's your body, whether it's your emotions, whether it's your psyche, whether it's your spiritualness. If you feel like God's talking to you, damn it, he's talking to you. I don't care if anybody else believes in it or not. If you're feeling that way, you're feeling that way for a reason. And that's
I just call it the universe, but I feel it.
Whatever I'm not really Christian per se. I'm more spiritual, but everybody understands God when you say God. So that's just, it's like saying sativa and indica, you know, it's just everybody understands it.
Yeah, I think we've all just started going back to just saying it. I'm still sticking with broadleaf and narrowleaf.
But, you know, it's all about listening to whatever is influencing you, whether it's your diet, whether it's your, you know, if you feel like you need a nap, fucking take a nap. Who gives a shit if they call you old because you took a 2 o'clock in the afternoon nap? Take a damn nap.
Thank you.
You know, like, listen to yourself.
Yeah, you did 10 dabs. Take a fucking nap.
What I say all the time. People are always like, you're sleeping during the day? Yeah.
Yeah, I trimmed all night, bitch.
I worked harder than you. Fuck yeah,
You know what
I
I'm
am.
saying?
I work harder than you. Fuck off. You know, exactly.
Or, you know, like things like stress and anxiety are draining. I'll get up in the morning, feel great, have a really stressful episode. I mean, it could be something stupidly simple to somebody else, but if it stressed me out, I'm taking a 2 o'clock nap, and that 2 o'clock nap might come at 11:30, but
Stoner nap, man.
You know, that's what you feel like you need to do, then do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really do think what you're talking about is health. And I really do think some people sometimes get shamed or, my mum, go sleep. Fuck that shit. You take a nap. Like,
right.
That's health. You don't have to sleep 10 hours at night, but you can take a nap in the day. Like,
Yeah.
it's going to be better for your animal. It's going to be better for your child. It's going to be better for you.
I try to nap every day.
I'm better when I nap every day. I don't always get one, but I'm a better person.
So here's a question too, since we brought up napping. Maybe Eagle wanted to chime in. I saw him undo his...
Taking a quick nap.
Do you take a nap, Eagle? Yeah.
Naps get done. Oh yeah, naps are how things get done. I get like 4 hours. I go 4 hours of like constant sleep. Get up and get some shit done, and then when I fall, I kind of like Cascadian says there, I'm not afraid to fucking pull up a chair and fucking fall out for a minute, half hour, whatever the fuck it takes, and then get back at it.
It's interesting that you said 4 hours, because that's the full cycle. Like, I mean, that's why they say like get 8 hours, because it takes 4 hours for you to get there, and then just to get the other full cycle. So you're getting full cycle of from beginning to REM sleep.
The really interesting part is back in the 1700s and before, but the 1700s, there's documentation like Benjamin Franklin was notorious for this. So back then, everything was candlelight. There was no TV, there was no electricity, there was no staying up all night and having these talks. There was none of that shit, right? The sun went down.
Why you use a candle? You can't just.
It was bedtime when the sun went down. The wealthy could afford candles, but they didn't burn them all the time. Before oil lamps, before all that shit. Even the oil lamps, I guess oil lamps have been around for a while, but those were for the,
There must have been a niceness to the no choice of it. I mean, not a niceness, but a certain, that's it, folks. Go to fucking sleep. Yeah. It's over.
So Benjamin Franklin in particular, I think Thomas Jefferson as well, they would go to sleep when the sun went down. They would sleep for about 4 hours, which is, like Raptor said, a full REM cycle. And they would wake up. And they would actually stay up for like 2 hours. And they would conduct business. They would have business meetings. They would make important decisions in that time frame. They, like, your neighbor would come over and you guys would shoot the shit and you'd light a candle and you'd both sit under candlelight and have a talk. If you were, well, like I'm talking about wealthy, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, these were wealthy merchants. They had the money to burn a candle, or light the oil lamp. And then after that, you know, and I don't know if you've ever done this before, but you wake up sometimes in the middle of the night and you're up for about 2 hours. And then all of a sudden you start to feel drowsy again.
I do it loads now. Now I have a free schedule, but I do loads of what you're describing. And like, my wife doesn't appreciate it, I don't think, but I don't give a toss really. It feels healthy.
Yeah, it's how we lived for a while. And then they'd go back to sleep for another REM cycle, which is where the 8 hours really comes from, is because we'd have a 4 hours and a 4 hours, and we'd have this period in between where we just get up. Which in my mind, you think back farther than that, goes back to the hunter-gatherer nomadic sort of sense, where males in particular would go to sleep, but then they would get up and do the rounds, make sure there was nothing around. And whoever stayed up the first 4 hours would get a little bit of sleep there in the middle, and old boy would get up and walk the rounds. And then the second round of people would get up and stay up that second part of the night. And, you know, this is a shift thing to stay safe, because it's predators, it's other people, you're sleeping out in the middle of freaking nowhere. You may not have a fence. You may be in a cave. You might be out in the field. Like, you know.
And what you're talking about, I bet it's all natural rhythms. I bet these things just took place because they just started to take place. Because that's how it feels for me. When my daughter was born, my wife just doesn't do the night shift. Like, I am the night guy because I was a night type person. So I'm happy. If she wakes up, I'm happy. The animal, if that wakes up, I'm happy. Now, I look like I've been punched out today because the thing cried all fucking night. But it does, you know, that's the example, isn't it? Like, I'm the night guy. That's my shift. And then in the day, I know she's got to be on it. So I know she had to sleep. So you sort of, yeah, I think it's pretty natural rhythm.
It goes way back, because the only ones that survived figured out how to make it through the night. The rest of us got ate or killed.
Yeah.
Well, think about what Green 13 said. Like, yeah, the women would take care of the children during the day too. And then I'm sure some of that happened as well to keep the baby asleep and relax. The guy,
daytime's safer, right? You can see and shit.
Yeah,
like
everything's
that.
safer, and you're making sure the baby doesn't make noise for predators and stuff too as well. So that this is all very interesting. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah,
good point.
To me, it goes way back. You know, it goes back to the same beginnings of our relationship with cannabis. Like, this is all important history that nobody really gives credence to anymore. But that's where this natural rhythm comes from. And then from that came the 4 hour block, the 2 hours of business, the 4 hour block, get up for the day. And you still feel rested. And you're like, why? And then from that came the bastardization of it with World War II and the 9-to-5 job and everything that spilled out of that. And here we are. But the way we live now, where you have to get 8 hours of sleep in a night, in the context of human history, is brand freaking new.
It's because at the end of it, you better get your fucking 8 hours, because in a minute you're going to get up and you're going to get on train and you're going to get into London and you're going to work all day and people are going to talk on you on several devices, and then you're going to get back on the fucking train and you're going to get home and you look after your kid. You know I'm speaking fast because that's how that shit goes. So you best get your fucking 8 hours. Well, that's not good. That's not a good way.
See,
that's cancer. That's an ill health. That's like,
if I sleep 8 hours, I'm more tired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I can't sleep. There's no way. There's no way.
I can literally sleep for days because that's like how tired I always am. But I don't, you know what I mean? Especially at river watch, I'm like down and up, down and up, down and up, like you were saying. But I had something else to say. I forgot. I'll go back.
It'll come back to you. But yeah, I really think all this stuff goes way back in our human history.
It's not like if we can, once we're adapted to it. I mean, once we evolved with that, I should say. It's really hard to get away from that, and I can totally see where a lot of our stressors are coming from. We're
And when you try and
overamping ourselves.
You're going to be a bit shamed. People are going to be like, that dude's weird. He don't get on the train and go to London. What he's doing, let's have a look at that. That's not the same as what we're doing. That's a bit odd. Why ain't he going to bed at 10 o'clock when we go to? And there will be a bit of, shaming. And it's because everyone wants you to do what they're doing. Come join the fucking rat race and make sure you're miserable with us, yeah? Get up. Let's go.
Yeah,
that's it. We've just been programmed to those cycles.
Yeah.
You
Correct.
must get to go to work 9 to 5. You have to work. These are your daytime hours. These are your work shift hours.
So
Me myself, I don't abide by that shit, man.
People always ask me the same thing. Why don't you sleep? You're always awake at night? You're always awake in the day.
Yeah.
Like, why can't I be awake at night when no one's around? You go drive around at nighttime, no one's around, man. It's so cool.
I love the nighttime.
Pre-COVID, you go to all the stores that are open, no one's in there, man. You get lines to yourself. Hey, check right out. Go in and grab whatever you need. It's peaceful. I find it very, very peaceful at nighttime.
Yeah, I mean, pre-COVID, right now, actually, 15 minutes ago is about the time of day I would leave to go grocery shopping.
Exactly.
I dropped like $300 at the grocery store at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I wouldn't be home until 3:30, and I was beautiful with it.
Yeah.
But the part that really pisses me off out of all of this is after World War II. I mean, we did so many horrible things. We did so many things wrong as far as like agriculture and all that. But the part that really pisses me off is the saying of the American dream. Because we took this 9 to 5. We took this move out of your parents' house and buy your own house and live in the suburbs and have a 9 to 5. And we called it the fucking American dream.
Yeah. And we're going to shame you a bit if you don't fucking subscribe.
And that's where the shame comes in, is because why aren't you chasing the American dream? You don't have a house and a car and a 9 to 5 and
That's all materialistic crap that I don't ever play into,
Well, they were trying to get you to fall in line. They were trying. It was all for manufacturing jobs and those kind of industry jobs and things that fit the 9 to 5. And go sit in a call center and go sit and be a good.
You know why too, though? It had to start there, because if you didn't get people in that mind frame of needing to buy, because look at us now. When something breaks, we throw it away and go buy something else. It might be a tiny little part. Our fathers or grandfathers, they would have went to the hardware store, got that part, and fixed that damn thing.
But the thing is, you can't buy that part now. That part is more expensive than the whole thing. Yeah. So it's rigged,
But they had to get us mentally, all these generations, prepared. And by buying. That American dream is you have to get into that stuff. But if we weren't doing those things, we were always repairing or not staying. If say we're staying in our parents' house till say 30, like some people do today, and we look down and dog on those people. Shit, man, I wish I could have that. You know what I'm saying?
You're still in your mother's basement. That comment.
Hell yeah, man. Shit.
I wish my mum had a basement.
Shit, but I mean, that's just so cool. But they get you into that mentality of buying and keep purchasing and keep at it. And, without that buying aspect, there would be no need for everyone to go to work every day. You know what I mean? That's why they produce so much of everything. It's because they know everyone just throws shit away and we buy more. But
I'm calling it 3 days, dudes. It's Green 13's 3-day rule. If you can look ahead in your life, whether that's looking in your bank or your fridge or whatever, and you can see me and my family got a roof over our heads. We've got food and water for the next 3 days definite. I reckon that's as good as it gets. So I reckon if you're a billionaire or if you abide by Green 13's 3-day rule, we're the same. Because guess what? After 3 days, I'm coming taking your shit. If things get bad and you're a billionaire, but I've only got 3 days, day 2, I'm looking over your fucking wall. Day 3, I'm taking your shit. So it's just 3 days you have to make your family safe. And after that, don't panic. You don't need a Tesla. Relax. Because on day 3, you can just take that anyway. But I'm not suggesting that's how we carry on, obviously. But what I mean is...
Green 13.
When shit goes bad...
I love you, brother. That's
days.
funny because I want to tell you this right now. I think that's fucking hilarious because when we had the toilet paper panic here, I shit you not. I have it right here. I'm going to fucking stand up.
With all that, happy 420, everyone.
Right. I fucking, people are in front of me buying up toilet paper. And I was like, I love the clearance aisle, by the way. I love saving money. So I'm in the clearance aisle and I see this bad boy. Bing, bing, for a fucking $8. And I'm watching all these carts of fucking toilet paper go around. I said, that shit goes down. I'm coming for your fucking toilet paper. You just paid $12 for this? I paid $8 for this. I get your toilet paper.
That's not a profit, my friend. That's a profit.
Yeah, I'd like to see them try to swing their toilet paper at you. Like, that's all they got. That's all they got.
Obviously, we're having a joke, and I really am not advocating violence, and we clearly are not. We're having a bit of fun. But if we're talking about real life,
survival in the apocalypse, I'm coming to get
shit's going down.
Because really what I'm talking about is taking stress away from yourself, not shaming yourself. I can earn money. Believe me, I'm going to look straight at you. I've had plenty of money. I've had fucking fast cars. There is no pleasure in it, and it will cause you stress and damage. So if you find that to be the case, then just work on the 3-day rule. Are you safe for 3 days? Then don't freak out, dude, because it's as good as it gets. It's as good as it gets.
I just say live to whatever you need. Like, I don't have a big ass house. I wish I had one more room or a little more space to put things, but this is really all I need. It's the materialistic crap that I have that makes it tight in here. You know what I mean? But it's all grow stuff. If I could put my entire grow somewhere else, I would make the whole house, man. My whole living room is freaking weed right now.
Pretty good there, Purple Thumb.
What happened?
Just looking at Purple Thumb's grow.
Good morning to Purple Thumb.
Good morning to Purple Thumb OG.
Yeah, he was showing us his flower and ladies.
Morning, guys.
What's that? Is that your eagle plant?
Yeah, that's my jelly bean.
Nice.
My one that popped. Just doing all right.
Mine look just like that.
You only got one?
What's that?
You only got one to pop?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I've never had such a bad rate. Yeah. I only did 3.
Oh,
20%.
Yeah, I got. I'm gonna pop the 2 here as soon as I get time. Here soon, very soon. Yeah, looking very happy today. I was like, damn.
It's a super nice room.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. I was trying to show you where I stuffed the big orange gasm that was right here. Stuffed it into a 5x5, filled out pretty nice here. Let's see if I can get some, see if I can get back in there again. Bad service.
DGC. Yeah, man. Oh, big old tongue. Oh, he's a puppy. Look at the little baby.
I don't know what's longer, her tongue or her ears.
hey,
Yeah, that's adorable. Yeah.
Dogs.
Oh,
Yeah, Wrangles.
sure.
Who's Sweepy? Who's Sweepy?
Mm.
Little baby.
She's
Cute.
sleepy because she cried all night.
oh, that's
She's-
nice, Purple.
They do that. You had her kennel check, right?
Nice and spread out.
You
Yeah.
had kennel training.
How
It's
old?
cool.
How many years? Or how many years? How many
8
days
weeks.
is it in? Well, both to both Purple Thumb and to Green 15.
I'm not sure. I forget how old this thing is. I just put this in this room yesterday, so.
Oh, okay. I like the training for just being put in.
Yeah, I had
Yeah,
to flop
you
her.
Is that narrow leaf plant we saw the other day?
Yep.
Right.
This is the
Flat
orange
drink
gasm
now.
you're saying?
Yep.
Mm.
Yep. It's the orange gasm.
Oh, so
Yeah.
do you hang down your trellis from the ceiling?
Yeah, it's hanging.
Whoa, that's interesting.
Yeah, man. That's what you
Walk
do.
all around it.
Makes sense.
Then you pull it up.
Yeah.
Yep. Pull it out of the way. I got like
There's
super
another
low
guy that
humidity
does-
in here. It's like
There's another
40%
guy-
in this room.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were done.
I'm sorry, buddy. I was just saying I got 40% humidity in this room. It's terrible.
What do you set
Yeah.
your blue moths to?
Some
And what
water.
soil is that?
Oh, that's a good idea, mate. Little wet wall you got.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, I used to do that
There you
too.
go. You got
That
it.
really does work as well.
It does.
Yeah. I got this is Build a Soil. I've amended it multiple times with craft blend and worm
Is that the peat
castings.
mix? Are you mixing it up with peat? Okay.
This is the Build a Soil light blend. With a bunch of amendments, craft blend and insect frass, whole bunch of stuff I had. I started out with a light mix, making my own. Yeah, the blue mats so far didn't flood out last night, so that's good. Sometimes you have an issue with that. You come down and then you got a pile of water sitting in there.
I've heard this a couple times, and it's never happened to me.
It's happened twice. Luckily, I found it before it flooded my entire floor.
I believe that's from not getting the cone completely filled with water.
Really?
Are you filling up the cone
Yep.
by putting the water in there, or are you
I use that.
submersing it?
Yeah, I
in a-
submersed it
Okay.
and then use the little pipette, and you
even
take the
better.
pipette and you while it's underwater, you take that pipette and squish water into
From
the
those
cap.
3 little holes. Yeah.
Yep. I did that for a good hour before I do it, and then shoved it in there. The only thing my mulch layer is pretty
That's
big.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, because top dressings and stuff.
It's good though, keeps the light off it.
Oh yeah. You see there's lots of going on in there. All kinds of worms and shit, But yeah, it's pretty
Some
thick.
biointelligence.
Nice.
But yeah, I don't the blue mats, I don't know how far they're getting into the soil. So I think I need to get some of the longer ones.
What I do is it needs as much contact like the ceramic cone, I guess we would say, well, for the sake of discussion, it's ceramic cone. You have to make sure it's wet, like it's full contact with the soil. Like
Right. Yeah, I got them.
dig it up. You don't want it in the mulch. I think that's the issue here, that it's more so in the mulch than your actual soil, than your actual substrate.
Yeah, that's when I put them in here. I was like, man, this is gonna be a task. Hopefully, it
Yeah,
works.
just take off the mulch. You can always put it back, and it's not like if you're removing soil, and just really get it in there. Like that's what I did. I just removed all of the sticks and the stems that I had from everything from the last harvest, and all of the straw. But what I've noticed is I actually the recommended moisture setting is at 100 N-bar, and I like it to be a little more wet. So, and for when you measure out N-bar, the
What
lower
are you
the
spraying?
number,
Eagle 20?
the more moisture there is.
What's that?
What are you spraying? Eagle 20?
No, no. This is just
Some
water.
Agent Orange for the Agent Orange.
I don't spray shit.
Sorry, Raptor, carry on, man.
No, it's a good one. But yeah, I like it to be 80-60. I noticed that with my fabric pots, there's so much moisture. Well, they're doing their job. They're constantly aerating the sides.
Yeah,
So
this at Living Soil, grassroots fabric pot, the Living Soil one. So
you got the where it's wrapped, or there's like a band
yeah,
around, like a plastic band on the inside. I gotcha. Nice. So that 100. Go ahead, Kesky.
I was just gonna say my 4x4s are like that too, and there's only like 2 or 3 inches at the bottom where it can breathe. Where that
Right.
I didn't realize you had the living soil
yeah.
yourself, Cascade.
Just want to shout out Pete there from Operation Grow, hanging out with us this morning. And as he did give me a promo code for you
Come
guys.
on, Pete, jump on.
DNL
Oh, that's
Promoting
that
you.
front
He's
there.
promoting you.
he said he was gonna go smoke
Pete.
a spliff and he'd be right back.
I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
can
I
do
had a
that
great
in-
conversation with you, brother. Why did you have to make my promo code Eagle 20?
No.
Oh, that's
I seen that and
perfect.
I was like, oh man, really? You couldn't have. Oh man.
Oh, he loves to do little uh little side shots, to everyone, and then like, have a good day. Think about that.
Yeah,
I
he's good
see
with
that.
his-
I was like, oh, jeez. All right, I guess. What's up, Pete? Good morning. Join in if you'd like.
Promo code Monsanto.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Monsanto cares.
Thanks for letting me jump on real quick. I gotta get the hell out of here, but I'll be listening, hanging out until you guys are done.
Yeah, it's looking good, man.
I'm going to follow him out, dudes. I got a load of stuff to do. Have a great day. Thanks for a lovely morning.
Have a great day, everyone.
Purple Thumb. Have a great, awesome day, brother. Both of you guys. Have a safe day at work, Purple Thumb.
Yeah, I guess we're making room for Operation Grow. Huh. 2 leave, 1 will enters pretty soon. He's Cascading was saying he's rolling up a spliff to smoke
Yeah.
outside. Yeah.
I'm not rolling up a spliff. Pete's rolling up a spliff.
Yeah, I was saying he is. You mentioned he is. Yeah, that would be something else.
Don't mind me while eat my
Oh man, that's why you saw the black hole before I was munching.
These are the girlfriend's cookies. So follow me.
Look forward to hearing from you, Candy Crate. I hope to hear from you later today, brother. Have a good day.
So I have a prediction for this strain. I think it's going to be coming cheesy.
I'm sorry, bro. Because obviously don't remember the fucking Apollo or Mr. T and the Rocky there. I got a prediction for this round. Hey, that just came out to us. Just came out.
I think those
Stoner
are the,
mind, man.
I think those are the 70s babies, and I'm definitely the 80s baby. So a little before my time.
Could be, could be.
I know who you're talking
You don't
about.
remember the Rocky movies, though?
The Rocky
Really?
movies, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was in when Mr. T
That's
was.
that's how I know. Yeah,
Gotcha.
I would watch all that stuff with. I would always be hanging out with the older guys and stuff like that, and just
I don't know
watching
why
the shit they're watching.
I heard Mr. T, and I thought the was it the A-Team?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I thought you were talking about. I didn't hear the Rocky movies part. My mind was like, that's before my. But no, I remember the Rocky movies.
Yeah, the A-Team was quite a while ago. Unfortunately, I remember that era as well.
I watch the cartoon one all the time. I'll catch it. The A-Team.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
So
TV
Cascadian,
back
I
then.
saw. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Really?
I was looking
just
at
rambling.
your pictures, and so what's maybe I even asked you this before. What are you most interested in? What you're growing currently? I know I liked your description of the fruity pebbles.
So I like the Fruity Pebbles because it lines up with the mint chocolate chip that I have, which is from Exotic Genetics made the cross, and then he went on to make F2s and put those out for sale. I grew some of those, and those were like, so the Fruity Pebble OG has this Fruity Pebble cereal milk kind of flavor going on, and the mint chocolate chip F2s I bought from Exotic Genetics had a hint of that. So if you know anything about perfumes, there's base notes, middle notes, top notes. The middle note, top note of the mint chocolate chip is that Fruity Pebbles cereal milk, and the base note comes in with some gas on the F2s that he had. But a couple years ago, I think I was telling Eagle about this when I was on a show. A couple years ago, I found mint chocolate chip F1s that he hadn't worked. They're just the cross, pure. I got those from an auction for the California Fire Relief Fund stuff that went on. And so I got to look through the F1s myself, and I ended up open pollinating them and making my own F2s. And those were very much Fruity Pebbles cereal milk with no gas. So Exotic Genetics must have really looked to find that gassy sort of male-female combo, because the majority of that line is very much Fruity Pebbles cereal milk. So I'm going to take the mint chocolate chip line that I have, find some males, and hit the Fruity Pebble OG and try to put that Fruity Pebbles cereal milk into seed form. I'm really excited to have that plant. I don't know what or how I'm going to feel about the Stardog Tory or the Super Silver Haze. Those two are kind of up in the air. But I'm definitely excited that Fruity Pebbles OG is throwing down right now. So I'm excited to see that one come out this time. For sure. And then my it's been a while since I had this Sea Banana S1 that I have. And I just forgot how damn pleasant it is, man. It's like a sweet, the banana candies, those little hard candies that are bananas. It's like a sweeter, better version of that. in flavor and aroma.
And isn't that candy based off of the older banana before the Cavendish, that flavor?
I think
Or
so.
am I
I think
misunderstanding?
so.
That's what I can't remember where I heard that, but yeah.
For-
What
yeah,
the flavor of Cavendish is not the flavor of banana that our forefather, I'd say
right.
great grandfather, around that time. But yeah, go on. You're describing the banana candy flavor for
I
your.
just forgot how damn pleasant that plant was.
Mhm.
It's been a while since I flowered it out. So she's in the middle of the tent right under the 315 and she's showing out right now. Which tells me, because I can see like she's in the middle and then there's plants all the way around her. And some of the plants all the way around her are not showing out so hard. So I can see now how drastically I need to change out the bulb. The bulb's 2 years old. So um, I imagine in the next coming runs, things will be better than they are right now. But because I got new bulbs, I just haven't put them in yet. But she's really showing out for me right now. And her terps are on point. She's just, I always forget because I'll grow a bunch of her. And then it's like, damn, I really need to take a break and grow something else because she'll be like all I smoke for 6 months. But then I'll go, 6 to 8 months without her. And it's like, she gets to this point, and I'm like, that's why I keep her around. Okay, I remember now. And
Yeah.
she is just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to try to hit her with Mean Gene's Pina, the pineapple sort of line, and see if I can pull out some sort of a back cross project or something to that lady with using the Pina as a pollen donor. But she's fantastic, man. She's incredible. She throws down, obviously. I'm growing under, pitiful little 315s spread across a 4x4. So if you put her under, one of these new LEDs, 600 watt LED in a 4x4, she's gonna throw down. I'm really doing like a low light grow. So to even have this kind of action that you see, like that's why some of my flowers are so small, is because I'm really doing a low light grow. But the terps and the secondary metabolites are always on point. I just never get the biggest flowers. But you get her under some more electricity, or you get her outdoors. Some of the other testers that actually grew out the other packs, because this was from a tester pack, and
Was F1?
uh
Oh, sorry. That was the Fruity Pebbles one. Sorry.
oh yeah. No, the sea
my
banana came from a tester's pack. It's a S1, and the guy that I got it from was collaborating with another guy, breeders, but somewhere in their communication it got botched. They were waiting for test results, and the one guy put out 100 packs, and the other guy didn't approve of it, so they started bickering back and forth. The 100 packs got pulled back, and basically there was only like 10 or 12 packs that got released of these S1s, and then the cut pretty much came up missing. There's some other hybrids out there now with the cut. I can't remember the actual breeder of sea banana right now, but I've looked them up before. But all you'll find is crosses to sea banana. You won't find sea banana S1s or the cut. So it's kind of a lucky thing that I even have it. But I'm excited to do a bit of a back cross project to her and see if I can isolate her in seed form, because some of those other grows from the testers, they had like 3-foot long spears of banana flavored flowers. I mean, they were impressive, but they were growing under 1,000 watt HPS and stuff like that. A lot more electricity than I'm using. So she has the potential. I just don't always get her to express that potential to the fullest because of the way that I grow. But she's super exciting.
Is there a light you have in mind? Like if everything, if you if money wasn't a big deal, what is the real performer out there that stands out for you?
The one that I want to move to, I would like to eventually use these 315s for veg and upgrade to the HLG 650s for flower. But I have to get in a different place where I can more effectively wire in some real electricity instead of try to do it on what I'm doing it on now. The circuit that I'm running on right now just can't handle it.
Yeah. And before we introduce Pete, was it just one 315 or two sets? Or set? Okay, that was a question by Stony Creek. He was.
Yeah, it's one 315 per 4x4.
Okay. Good morning, Pete.
Hey, morning,
Cascading.
morning.
Morning.
How's everybody doing? Hope everybody had a good
Mr.
weekend.
Eagle 20 promo code.
Yeah. Eagle 2020. I thought that was a bit of a cheeky one.
How you doing, man?
Doing good. I'm on holiday, so not that there's any way to go, but hey, holiday.
I'm the guy.
Yeah. You need that beach background that Jibs has.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I don't know why he bothers with the virtual background, man. He should just point the camera out the window. Get up and walk out into the virtual background. Yes, let's see. That's better. That's more like it. Now, with the right amount of LSD, you can holiday anywhere you want. 2 tabs of LSD and Microsoft Flight Sim 2020.
And if you want to hear me and Pete talk about virtual rooms, like in spaces, like indoors, where all this were basically, it's like a trip, but it all digitally happens. You can check that out on Friday's episode of what was it called?
Talking Shot.
Talking Shot. Yes.
Yeah, talking shot. Well, what's it? That's shot. Yeah, something I don't know. It's done when I realized the typo the first time. It's deliberate in case anybody wants to tell me it's wrong. It's now ironic. I'm in with the hip kids.
Jibs was in chat talking about he hears steel pans and birds because that's right out his back door. Your new backdrop there.
Yes.
That's why stereotypes exist, because sometimes they're true. But man, it's not just birds and steel drums. Ding, 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 ding. As the parrot flies through the... Shit. So what's everybody up to?
We were just talking about Cascadian's, what he's working on. Some pretty interesting stuff. What is there anything, just going back to it, is there anything you're gonna keep out of those Fruity Pebbles that like stands out? I know you said that all of them look the same, so.
Well, the Fruity Pebble that I posted is a cut.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The mint chocolate chip is the seed line.
Okay.
So I'm going to take the seed line and put it on the cut and see if I can get that expression to come out in the seeds in the cross. Because I got the F1s of the mint chocolate chip at an auction, worked them to F2s. So my F2s are different than the F2s that people would have been able to buy on the market from Exotic Genetics.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not enough for me to feel like I have any right to share those genetics, because I don't want to be the one that makes his genetics confusing, if that makes sense.
Put an extra Z in front of it, you're good.
So, well, it's the same cross. I don't want to play the rename game, and I don't want to shame or,
of course,
I don't want to put out anything that clouds the expressions he was trying to offer. So I'm going to take the line that I've worked from F1s that came from his original cross and take that, put it on the Fruity Pebble OG. So then I'll have FPOG crossed with MCC, mint chocolate chip, and I'll be able to offer that instead of offering the mint chocolate chip, which they're essentially matching profiles. But his offering, I grew out, and it's not a matching profile to what I'm doing. So I just want to make sure it's different enough that I don't catch shade for messing with his work in the wrong way.
Yeah, yeah. And you're just picking out what stands out, just like any decent, any
But
half decent. Yeah, but you're being
totally,
much more responsible with it. Yeah.
I'm
It's
totally
that
in love.
ethics. It's that ethics bit. You know, it's making sure, yeah, people getting the right credit, and you know, where dues are owed, dues are paid. You know, and as I said, my stance on this is, which make it really interesting if I get the flip. But you know, my stance on it is, if you use it for commercial gain, unless you started with the raw material and worked that line yourself, you owe the person before you some money, because without it, you'd be making sweet bugger all. You know,
But I'm totally
you
in
don't
love
owe
with that.
everyone, just the guy behind you or the person before you.
Right.
Just to be clear.
I'm totally in love with this Fruity Pebbles cereal milk expression that I'm seeing in both the FPOG and the mint chocolate chip F1s. It was more than just one lady. I used like, I think it was like 5 girls and 3 boys or something like that in the open pollination of the mint chocolate chip F1s. There was all of them. It all smelled like Fruity Pebbles cereal milk to me. So I'm super excited to see what happens when I combine the two. Probably gonna work it to an F3 or so, the FPOG crossed with the mint chocolate chip, before I do a whole lot of sharing, because I want to make sure that the expression I'm looking for is the expression that the people I share it with get. I don't want them to feel like I sold it up as one, talked it up as one thing, and then they ended up with another, you know. That can be fun in some instances of open-ended hybrids, but I'm really trying to like give this one a purpose, and that's what I'm shooting for there.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like if you're well, everyone else is naming the strain before it's even like they get a flavor or even like a sniff off of it. You're collecting everything that matches up with what you're looking for, and that's like that's, if anything, the very last thing you're worrying about. So it's just interesting. Yeah, I I really enjoy the way more breeders are incorporating these ethics in just structured ways. And you do see those I guess we'll just say like seed chuckers, if you want to put it like that. But there are people that are doing it responsibly, and
Pollen chuckers.
yeah, yeah, pollen chuckers, thank you. Yeah, seed
Responsible breeding ethics and techniques, man. I preach that on my channel all the time. People that you suck twisted roots. And I'm like, you guys are pollen chucking, dude. I'm like, where's your plants at? You know, you're ruining other people's gardens and shit. You know, like, what the hell? That's the way it's always been done, pollen chucking, but we just try to perform it more intricate, like the Japanese. They go in with feathers and pollinate their apple trees with feathers. You know?
Are you also trying to uh are you working on the flavors first, and then you're gonna work on, let's say, pathogen resistance, like fungi? Like if you have, are you working against resistance towards anything? Or are you just uh, waiting
Oh,
to stabilize the flavors first, and then once all of that is stable, you'll move on to those other aspects?
Right. Getting through the F2s, getting to the F3s is just about the flavor.
Mhm.
From F3 to like F7 is where I can start to get finicky about structure and resistance, and because by that time I'll have enough of a I'll be comfortable enough to know that the flavor is going to be there. If it pops up in a majority in the F3s, then it's going to be there, and I can start to get more nitpicky with the other things. But because that flavor profile is so special, and I personally find it amazing, I want to focus on that first to make sure I get far enough along, get through that wildness of the F2s, because the F2s will throw out a lot of things that I might find undesirable with looking for such a specific profile, that I want to make sure I can get to the F3s or maybe even the F4s before I start to get finicky about things like powdery mildew resistance or stuff like that, which may or may not be possible. It just might come with the territory. But it's such a special expression that I don't want to mess it up in the early generations.
You got
Now,
a
are
very
you
special. Go ahead, Tristan.
are you prepared for like unexpected twists?
Yeah. There's always the option that it'll throw out something else that's desirable, that's not at all Fruity Pebbles cereal milk.
Mm.
And I would take that and diverge the line.
Yeah,
So
good man.
Yeah,
I like to hear
that's
that.
always a possibility.
So Cascadian, we have a special question in chat from the Grow From Your Heart podcast. Why not breed two lines? Question. One for flavor, one for structure, then cross those.
Because I'm not doing crosses where I'm only using one lady or one male. I'm doing more of a small population than a one-on-one. That's a really good idea, though. See what Ross suggests getting at. But I'm going for so when I get to the F3 or the F4, that's when I would consider doing something like that. They both have this chirp set that I'm looking for, this flavor and aroma that I'm looking for. But then I could split it up and I could breed one for structure and one for resistance and one for yield even, and one for drought tolerance. I could have 3, 4, 5 lines and sort of breed them individually and then cross them later to keep the vigor going.
Yeah.
But even in that sense, I still don't like to breed lines with less than 3 females and 3 males in each pollination. So I'm not going to lock it up as fast as if I'm doing a single female to a single male. The bottleneck comes faster with a one-on-one than it does with a 3-on-3 or larger.
Yeah, very, very huge variety using multiple males and multiple females, especially multiple males. You know, if you had multiple females in one male, you would knock it way down even more. But fuck, man, multiple males, you get a lot of different variations. Very interesting, though. Do you believe that 2 sets of male pollen can, say, be created to make one bee? Or do you think it's more like how, female humans work and it's one set of sperm goes in and pollinates the egg? Like, do you think that multiple sets of male pollen could land on one stamen or pistil or whatever, and create the pollination?
It should be like humans.
Yeah, I was about to say that wouldn't happen. It's one-on-one. Yeah, first one that hits it is the winner.
Yeah.
No
Now,
one
do you
chicken
think-
dinner.
Two-part question. Now, do you think that the plant itself somehow stores extra pollen on it? And I have an
To what end?
Well, here's an example. So I'll do a 3-day pollination. Okay, I'll remove that plant. I'll clean it up completely, sterilize the pollen and stuff like that, and move that plant back into my flower room. Now, later on, as that plant's still producing its bud, I will have seeds at the top of the bud, even like weeks later, that are just now forming. You know, there'll be white beans on the very tops of the buds. And I'm like, well, how is this? Is it storing pollen somewhere and reproducing later, like as the bud keeps growing? You know, because it's where my breeding is. I see them all, they're all mature and stuff, but then I'll have these white beans on top.
Do you foliar anything in between when you remove the male and when you see the new seeds come?
No. I always just started foliar feeding this year.
Right. So then the pollen is able to persist a short while.
Right.
Before it dehydrates and dies. I make a point about 10 days after I pollinate to foliar spray the whole tent because the water will inactivate any sort of pollen left in there.
I do that. I sterilize it after the 3 days. You know, I'll pollinate for 3 full days, and then I'll sterilize the entire tent that I breed in, and then my entire plant, pot, soil, everything.
Do you wet down the plant at all after you pollinate it? Because what I suspect is happening is there's just an excess amount of pollen, and as more bud structure is being formed, it's just pulling through and just hitting it as it, you know, it's sticky trichomes, and so what's happening is
like it's
just as the bud. Yeah, but I don't think it's necessarily storing it in terms of it's an active decision to store it. It's just the very nature that it's sticky. You know, it's like, oh yeah, a sticky mouse trap stores mice. No. It catches mice because it's sticky. So it's just a byproduct of, you know, the fact that there was excess amount of pollen, and as the buds open up, they just tap it, and that's how sensitive it is. You know, any bit of live pollen that's still kicking around, it'll quite happily latch onto.
To the point of your first question, though, there are plants. I think beans are one of them. There are plants where it does accept 2 different pollen sources. It does get pollinated twice, but cannabis isn't one of those. But those plants generally, the one goes towards creating the embryo, and the other one turns into a big starch mass, essentially. So that does exist in nature, but cannabis isn't one of those plants. But I'm always spraying after pollination because the water will inactivate the pollen. So
absolutely, yeah. I teach that on my show. I actually know the answers to these questions. I even talk about it on my live, that I come on here and I ask questions, and it probably seems like I have no clue what I'm talking about, but I ask questions I think people might want to know about in the rabbit hole, you know. And I like to ask you guys because I see you guys on other shows, and I'm like, damn, these guys know a lot of shit. So let me bounce some stuff off of them. Because I have had that with the storing of the pollen. And I was like, is it genetically storing it like inside the plant, or is it just storing it in the crevices, cracks of the buds, or sticking to the trichomes, and it's not getting inactivated, you know? Because I know how, you know, I know all about the pollen stuff, but
yeah.
And I mean, as Jess says in chat as well, you know, it's growing. It's that it looks less than it was. Do you know? Yeah, it's also that visual side. Maybe it's just a slower part. It's put all the energy into these other seeds, and oh, hang on, that one there will start to put some energy into it now, just much later on. You know, it could be any combination of things. But what Jeff was saying earlier about breeding one line for structure and one line for flavor. That's the idea of then working those lines, that when you then bring them together, I'm even saying the general terms of things, you know, it takes ages to work those lines so that you get the consistency of flavor and you get the consistency of structure every single time out of these two lines. And then you bring them together and that's your F1. And it's taken years to get these two ready so that when you cross them, what you get is the best of the flavor and the best of the structure, because that's the entire purpose of the F1, is to bring the best features that you've been specifically selecting from each side together and have both sets of features expressed in the final product. It is not, for the want of being controversial, an F1 is not taking this seed and that seed and crossing them and going, right, there we go, I've got an F1. No, 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 no. You have your first cross. It's not an F1. There was no, you know, if it, I mean, you could do it if you were saying, okay, look, I take, you know, something that's really distant, yes, but not if you take, like, you know, I don't know, one of these overly worked lines, you know, you get like a bit of bag seed out of some cookie crumble choc mint marshmallow fluff, and you get something out of this one, and you cross those and go, that's an F1. No, 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 no. I'm sorry.
Like,
that's diminishing the value of what a true F1 actually is and the work and the effort that goes into it.
Yeah, that's what I call amateur breeding.
You could theoretically make an F1 by crossing skunk number 1 with deep chunk, because they've both been worked to the point that what you pop is that's what you get.
You're taking two work lines. I mean, that's, I mean,
right.
But yeah, you know,
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Point. That's the point. But
now,
yeah,
in both your opinions, why do you think it has to take so long to work these lines? Do you not think that it could come sooner, like to find what
you can get lucky? Yeah. I mean, it's the real trick to the game is scale. How many plants can I do this with? Because the more I can do it with, it's a game of observation and therefore ratio of observation. So you observe, you try to grow everything in the same conditions, because all the different phenotypic expression you see is actually all the different genotypes that are sitting there, because they're all being grown in the same conditions. What I'm seeing is different genotypes expressing themselves. Based on that ratio of expression, I can tell how far down I am, and I can start to isolate out the ones, because I know if they're in that ratio group, chances are their profile is going to be this, it's got the traits I'm looking for, and I know I've removed the bits I don't want if they appear at that sort of ratio level in this group. So you can start to become a little quicker in, once you know what you're doing in terms of the traits you're looking for. I guess it just comes with practice. You could start to do it much quicker. The first couple of runs will be slow, and then you'll learn, oh, okay, when I'm using this one, and that becomes the advantage of working that line. I guess you get, oh, I know what I'm going to get every single time I use that, which I think is like Jeff with Uriah's male Solomon that he uses. You know, he really knows what that brings to the party. So I guess it grossly reduces what you're looking for, because in any of the offspring, when you see those traits, you go, right, that's it, I know what it is. Because again, it's coming from the male side, which is interesting, because you could say there are traits that are only locked in from the male. So if I see these, I know it's coming from that end of the equation. So the more plants you can grow, the quicker you can do it, is really, that's the best way of speeding up. You know, 10 plants or 10,000 plants, you know, you'll find what you're looking for much quicker. And especially if you're looking for the outliers, you know, the freak shows and that of the world, then you know, you've really got to grow a lot of them.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add, Cascadian?
I mean, Pete's right on the money. The only other way to quicken it up, which morally I'm kind of on the fence about, but it's just my personal feelings, so I don't want it to be like divisive at all, but a lot of breeders are fans of you know, selfing and back crossing and and that sort of stabilization work, which I've mentioned back crosses. Those are things that I'm interested in, but it's because I'm trying to lock in a specific plant. But that doesn't, the reason it's kind of controversial for me is because that doesn't happen in nature. It's not a natural phenomenon. It doesn't, especially with this plant, these are annuals. This doesn't, you won't have the same female persist for years and the seeds come out of it and then repolilinate it again. So from a natural standpoint, the herbalist in me says that's a bastardization of nature. But the smoker in me says, why not? So it's something I kind of struggle with, but it's because some of these plants are really special to me. And it's not something I would just do out of habit or practice, as some breeders seem to do. They seem to only offer back crosses or sell things of plants.
I think it's a lot of times too, they do that because they don't know what they're doing. Those are the only two techniques they probably know, and they know how to get those. You know, that's just my theory on that. Go ahead.
Well, when you look at the math, it gets you to the end game faster. It gets you to stabilization quicker, just based on the nature of the math. But genetically, that doesn't happen naturally. So
it's constantly on. I mean, in the wild, the genetics are constantly on the move. They're never standing still. There's always a slight, there'll be something, a mutation in one that'll give it a slight advantage, and that will become the dominant one over time. You know, as conditions, etc., change. You know, you probably find, you know, the landrace and heirloom strains that people are running indoors are more like the old stuff than if you go now to where it originally came from and take a sample of it and go, this has moved on a bit. You know, it's not quite the same. Conditions have changed.
I find most strains are sweet to me now. Even some of the landrace strains that they are calling landraces, I'm like, oh, this is sweet. They're all sweet, gassy. It's weird. I don't imagine that was like that in the 60s, 70s, 50s, whenever, 1,000 million years ago, whenever. I feel everything was earthy, kind of piney. You know, I don't know. I just feel like it was kind of like that.
Well, everything was more diverse back then, but you can thank, you know, the internet, and I wouldn't say necessarily the Dutch, because the Americans are guilty too, but you can thank these seed banks and the internet for allowing these worked genetics to go into traditional areas to pollute the offerings. I mean, it's changing. Yeah, Ross Jeff's got a point too. It's probably from some of the nutrients that are also moving into those areas.
I love that you said offerings. Fucking love that. You mean the landrace plants, right?
No, I'm talking about the genetics that they. Well, yeah, the offerings we're getting. Yeah,
that's great.
But they're being diluted and polluted. Essentially, they're not being cultivated in the same manner as they were back then. So. And they're probably not the same genetics in that they've been mixed with something that those farmers felt was new age and would give them some sort of an edge.
Structure, weight. Yeah, I see that. 100%. Yeah. I see a lot of diluted lines. Now, I'm an amateur breeder. I want to be a qualified breeder. And I pass seeds around and stuff so people could try things out and see if they like it, and I can work with it maybe and stuff. I got a lot of testing going on. But yeah, I see a lot of washed out genetics, and you know, people will grab famous name, mix them together, and here you go. Like, don't do that, man. I always try to tell people, like, stop. You know, people are like, I want to breed these seeds and pass them around on the YouTube community, but for what? So people can have seeds. Well, there's lots of people that get free seeds, and it's good genetics, you know, decent genetics. Like, you know, the more it gets mixed by people that don't know what they're doing, or amateur breeders that aren't really qualified and don't know the details and the deep. I want to breed for cannabinoids. I want to really research cannabinoids and breed for that, you know, and breed, see what comes out of that, and breed for self-healing kind of in your body kind of stuff, you know. But I just feel like the more it gets passed around and people keep breeding garbage to garbage, that's what I call it, just generalization. You're going to get garbage way down the line. Imagine 100 years from now and all there is trash, just weed. Like, come on, man. You know, we got to stay focused and try to keep it like you're doing, Cascadian, and a lot of other people are doing, trying to keep it generalized and specific, like that craft cannabis, and really going for a specific thing, you know. Like I want to cure like mental illnesses straight up by breeding specific things, you know. And I know there's other people out there that are doing it and have done it and stuff, but I'm on that path, you know.
That's what I've been, advocating. If you've got bag seed pre the Sensimelia craze taking over, well, in fact, if you've got any, probably Mexican brickweed bag seed, that's not okay. The term hermy, I'm thinking I'm going with self-survival, easily tripped genetics. Those are all open air pollinated. I mean, that shit was grown out in fields. It's just, that's your heirloom crop that was just worked out in those fields over and over and over again. It's not that weird polyhybrid stuff. If you've got bits of bag seed from the 80s kicking around, that's probably like gold dust now. I mean, you've got these old genetics, raw.
It's not a bad place to start.
That's I'm searching for these ancient people, you know, as my path is taking me, and I try to find all these old timers that have been holding these seeds forever, and they're those raw, real strains, you know, like here's something that's never been touched, you know, kind of a thing in our time. You know,
and you take one of those and you cross it with a modern polyhybrid, and you want to see the vigor that those old genetics suddenly bring to the table. If there's any trace of it in the polyhybrid that you're crossing it with, I mean, it brings 50% of the original material to the party and goes, okay, that's where you get that. That's like a back cross going way back through the generations. It's suddenly bringing quite a lot of kick to the table.
We're getting to the point now where if those older seeds from that sort of gold dust era weren't stored right, they're not going to germinate anymore. And to be honest, it's not the same as going and getting a brick in the last 10 years, at least, because they've all been, the South American lines, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them have been bastardized with Hindu Kush type line. And it's all for the farmers chasing, multiple crops in a year sort of thing instead of one. But even a couple of years, I guess it's been 5 years now, they had land race offerings coming out of Mexico that were obviously half or more Afghan. They'd be 4 foot tall, single cola, thick as your arm, and they'd give it some Mexican landrace name and designation. And it's like, you're selling to the naivety of American consumers. You're not actually selling a landrace. Don't shit me with that. You're gonna shit all these other guys. Don't shit me with that.
And see, that's where it starts, though. That's where the whole shebang starts, where you got these guys that go, oh, I got this Mexican landrace, I bred it with this, and and then that keeps going and going. Then other people think they got this in there and it's crap.
So what we need is, oh yeah, dude, I've got the glue that shall not be mentioned, for instance, but do I? And because if you've never had the original, you don't know that this isn't it. So as far as you're concerned, and then you find some bag seed and go, fuck me, I've got some bag seed of this, I'm going to grow it out. Suddenly you've got that, you giving out cuts of what happens to be this, and it becomes the European strain, but it's not the thing at all. So this leads us on to genetic fingerprinting rather than genetic sequencing. Is genetic fingerprinting the strains so that you can compare them and understand. If we've got all the landrace strains fingerprinted, you can take yours and look at it and go, well, how far away am I from that one? Am I related to it at all? And then slowly somehow figure out how to fingerprint them as we go.
It's 420 in Colorado. Somebody smokes.
420. Hell yeah, split this joint. That's one thing I want to get into is the genetic testing. I have all different kinds of strains. There's so much crap in it. Like, I have no idea, honestly.
Delta Leaf Labs, not a plug, but Delta Leaf Labs, I believe, offer that as a service where they will do a fingerprint. This is not sequencing. This is just a fingerprint, where they will do a fingerprint so that you can see how closely related they are, for instance, just like a human DNA fingerprint.
Yeah, because I have no idea what I'm working with, what line I'm following. I'm just following, like Cascadian said, he follows the turf he found, he likes. I'm growing them out. I find some stuff I like. I'm following it a little bit and work with it. And but I'd like to get it tested to see what actually it is. What if I'm following just say Tangerine Dream? Because I have Tangerine Dream Purple or Gold.
Well, the nice thing becomes that you start to be able to, once you let's say you get all of, as Cascadian's doing this, he gets every single one, every one that he selects, he gets that fingerprinted along the way. And then you look at the fingerprints and you say, where are the common bits? So where is the, hang on, that's potentially the marker for the structure, or that's the marker for the flavor. So now I know when I take a seedling and I just take the cotyledon off that and I get that fingerprinted and it comes back and it doesn't have that, I just kill it there and then I go, because it doesn't have the marker. It's not going to produce what I'm looking for. So now my breeding cycle is sped up to, I just have to pop a seed and get cotyledon. Well, first real leaves and then take a cotyledon off so the thing does survive if it's, it is what you're looking for. That seed I killed, that was the one. But now that certainly ramps that process up, and the more places that offer it, the cost to the consumer comes down. And as it's not sequencing, it's a much quicker, you could almost get a home kit to the point where it could become a home kit for doing something like that.
If it's accurate, that's the one thing I was worried about,
If you,
it's a well-known standard procedure, so it's
okay.
Yeah. DNA fingerprinting is well established.
For sure, yeah. I didn't know a home kit would be as accurate though.
No, I'm just saying, so to develop a home kit, it's not like it's a burgeoning new industry and try and make a home kit. It's go, all right, it's miniaturizing, or somebody just needs to figure out how to miniaturize what they do in a lab and at home, but it's a very well tried and tested process. So the catch is it just takes a lot of space.
The method is there, the products are all there. It just needs to be done. Bring it up to scale and bring the size of the lab, scale that down.
Yeah. You should just be able to take a shaving. Sorry, Cascadian.
I was just gonna ask if you could you almost determine those markers in a single generation if you had enough tests of a large enough population?
You could definitely cluster them together. Yeah, you would be able to say within one generation, you'd be able to, if you could grow out like 10,000 seeds and fingerprint the whole lot from that generation and see what was, if they all come up like really close, you go, okay, that's interesting. So that's sort of like, that would be the F1. They're all super, super close. There's always slight variation. It's genetics, it's biology. It's never going to be bang on. It's like 99.9% there. Or you'll suddenly see, that would be one way of really seeing the ratios in the group. Because you would see it much clearer in the fingerprint. You would see what the ratio of the genetics were.
How big or small? What's the smallest group size you would need, and what's the ideal group size?
It would depend, you know. So you know, I'm trying to remember what these ratios are. I think it's like so in F1 it's 1 to 1 to 1, and then in F2 it's 1 to 2 to 1, and then F3 is it 1 to 3 to 3, or 1 to 2 to 2 to 1, something like that. The ratio gets, I forget what they are.
Right.
But you know, to try and identify that visually is a little bit difficult if you're just looking at the phenotype, because bear in mind the conditions are going to determine what phenotypes are being expressed. Here you're not looking at the expression of the genotype. Here you're looking at the genotype essentially. So you could see the ratio, the different ratios in the fingerprints a lot easier than you could see them visually.
You were
That makes sense.
intuitive enough, though. I think you could do it with maybe 100 or 500 plants, where you could take the plants, specifically the females, and the fingerprints, and cluster them physically and flower them out in their clusters based on specific groups of markers, and almost be able to identify what that group of marker is based on what those females all had in common.
Yeah. So yeah, once you've done that lead-in, you then put them all. So these are all the ones that have that. They're all grouped there. They group there. They group there. And ideally, what you should see when you grow them is you should then you do them all under the same conditions, and you see all the different expressions pop up, because that's how you'll get it. Yeah.
They should have some commonality within the cluster.
Green and leaves.
But then that would almost tell you two things, in that cluster has whatever trait that is, and on paper that cluster is that trait. Like, it goes both ways.
Identifiable by this marker that would give you a high probability of those traits being expressed. Yeah.
We just need to bring the cost of the test down then to make it feasible to run, say, 500 plants.
Yeah. It's really, I must get hold of the guys at Delta Leaf Labs again, because for that Operation Grow, and it would be interesting if everybody on this doing this the breeding one could actually send off their stuff and get it done as we work, as the lines get worked. At the same time, because they actually do the sex test and the marker, so it's kind of like, oh, that would be interesting. Why not do both?
Yeah.
They're already sending it in. It's already at the lab.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, it's viable over international borders, because the cotyledon contains no THC, CBD, and you don't even send the cotyledon. You take it and you mush it into this plate, and then you send it off. You know, it's like, great, good luck.
Could be spinach. Could be spinach, cabbage, whatever.
I don't recommend doing it from like Saudi Arabia or somewhere like that. Hey, there are some
Eagle Gardens does not condone sending anything to, in, or out of Saudi Arabia. She's like, no. I do.
What's in the box?
No. Thank you for covering me on that. Thank you for covering me on that. That's what I was.
The tongues are not ones to play with on this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Alibaba.
Because that's where people go, what's in the box? Reference to Seven.
Hell yeah. I had another question about the breeding, but I totally forgot what the fuck. I came back to me and I totally forgot again.
Did your parents not like you, Galaxy S10 Plus? I mean, that's like really progressive naming, but Jesus, you must have got some shit at school, mate.
Yeah, Elon Musk could use some could use a mentor like you, man. I'm sure that he would learn a lot.
I'm Twisted Roots, but it just says that for some reason.
Sure. We'll set you up with changing it so we can get your followers too, because
you can
that's a
change
good way
your
for.
name. If you go to your Zoom profile,
There you go.
Yeah,
that you're using, you can change that.
I'm supposed to change it there. I don't need followers though. They don't want to come watch my shit.
All right. For sure.
And that's like Life of Pride. Stop following me. You're all individuals.
Nothing. I don't even feed my plant. Shit. People don't want to watch me. Oh, what was that? Still watching for rippers. I'm watching my cameras. Just seen something out in my field.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Hey, if they can't find the body, there was no crime.
I just might forget the dude duct taped to my tree naked. I mean, it's cold out there, though. I get high, I forget things, you know. I might forget them out there duct taped for a while. There's
That's
been
right.
a lot of people.
Pigs will get through a frozen carcass pretty quick, man.
Allegedly, when I was in
Allegedly.
middle school, somebody got duct taped to a tree at the bus stop.
Oh, shit.
I allegedly had nothing to do with it, but that
It was
individual
a cold night for you,
very
was
much.
it?
No. That individual was confirmed very much a bully, and he got bullied for being a bully. So
Yeah. We used to duct tape people at trees tripping at the ledges in Ohio.
he allegedly got duct taped on the backside of the tree. So when the bus pulled up, the bus driver couldn't even see him.
Ah, fun.
We did that to a mate in Portsmouth for his 20th birthday or something. And Portsmouth is a military, like there's a marine base nearby, and it's students. Great combination. Yay. Let's put you lot together in a pub. No fights ever. And we had a mate like taped up to the lamppost, and this military police pulled up, and they went, "What's going on, your lads?" We were like, "Oh shit, here we go." And they were like, No, you can't do this, man. The kid's gonna fucking die of hypothermia if you leave him here. All right, we'll get him down. Where are you going? We're actually quite nice about the whole thing. I guess they've probably seen that like the local Marines do far worse. It's like pretty tame. Where's the cracker up his ass? Come on, we got to make sure something doesn't go bang in the back of the van.
Hell yeah. I wish I could remember that breeding question I had. It was a good one.
Yeah, I need to start pulling up.
That's the book to read for the breeding, definitely.
Marijuana Bounty.
Marijuana
Well, I have Jorge Cervantes's, marijuana encyclopedia, and he's got all the breakdowns of the cross things and all those crazy things and stuff like that. That gives you generalization, But I like to talk to people who,
Principles of plant breeding.
Principles of plant breeding, yeah. Is that cannabis or is that normal plants? Because I took horticulture for
that's applicable to
time, So plant breeding was something we were getting into and all that kind of stuff like that. But cannabis is a little bit different, I feel, just because the cannabinoids and what they can actually do and like the brain function and stuff like that. So
the breeding principle is still the same.
The breeding principle,
they all follow the same. What you have to look at is you make sure you look for dioecious plant breeding techniques, because it's male and female plants. It's not like the chili is self-pollinating.
Yes.
So I'm doing a cross at the moment of some chilies, but I crossed a habanero with a jalapeno. Now, the advantage, of course, is the generation that comes from that. I can just pollinate it with itself. There we go. It's a different. The genetic makeup is a little different, oddly enough, because you have these two very separate male and female plants. A male plant can't produce female parts. It doesn't have the genetics for doing. Half of it's missing, and it's the same way that the pollen created on a selfed or survivalized female will never produce males because it doesn't have the male genes in it. It can't give you that piece of the equation. It's not essentially true pollen. It's viable, but it's not like true pollen.
Yeah. Do you do any reversing pollen breeding projects?
No.
No, that's kind of a bastardization in my book, kind of like what I was talking about earlier.
Like ethos genetics, for instance, they'll take their males reverse them into females to see what the structure of the cola they'll get, and they'll keep the male, of course, you know what I'm saying, and then they'll breed that like that. I don't know exactly how they do it, but they just talk about how they reverse their males or reverse their females to see what they'll look like as a male or as a female.
I've seen I've seen that done a couple of times where I actually agreed with it, and that was when you were working with something that was an heirloom and you only got a few of this, like if the seeds were old, say some of this 80s stuff, and you only got a couple of them to pop and they all turned out to be male, you can reverse the males into females, pollinate them with the males, and still have a regular line.
That's what I was talking about, yeah, referring to. Yes.
Sort of, you know, from an herbalist standpoint, not a smoker standpoint, but just the herbalist in me feels like if it's anything really other than that, it's not necessarily natural. If you think outside of the context of a plant freaking out because it hasn't been pollinated and it's interested in self-preservation, the Hermes situation. So it's kind of a purist view. I understand.
No, I feel that same kind of way. So let me just get it. So you feel that it is not a natural way, but it is a stable, basically kind of a cross. Not say like a Hermie type thing. Like what are you saying from your natural point?
That it's like a resource of last resort.
Okay. Yeah.
There's only that one instance is the only one that really comes to mind where I would be like, this is what we have to do.
Yes. Yes.
Otherwise, I would, which I do in a lot of parts of my life, I tend to take the hard road. I would rather put in the work. I'm not really a fan of. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of feminized lines. I'm not really a fan of self stuff. Although I do have, I mean, there's objections to every rule. But just the purist in me that would tend to piss some people off, I understand, doesn't really feel that that's ideal. I guess is the word I'm looking for. That's not ideal to me. And I tend to try to do the ideal, which with the preservation of an heirloom, it's like I would rather keep the heirloom than hold to my ideals. So that's like why it bends the rules. But when it comes to like working a particular phenotype out of a seed line, if you have 1,000 seeds and you just find this one plant, you just want to self it on itself just because that's the shortcut, like you can do the work. The work is there to be done. I'm not one for shortcuts, and that feels like a shortcut to me. So it's there's always exceptions, but it's just not how I roll. It's not to knock anybody that rolls that way. It's just I'm not a fan of that work, and that's not the work that I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
But don't let my feelings impede on how you do you. Like I'm not here to tell anybody how to do their life, how to do their work or live their life. But
yeah,
that's just not how I roll.
Yeah. That's just another breeding way that, like, I work with this other guy. He don't like to be named on YouTube at all, but I work with this other guy who works with Ethos Genetics, and he talks about, like, compares the way I do my stuff compared to the way Ethos does, and grows my stuff side by side and stuff. Does all these different comparisons and testing, gets them tested and stuff like that, and like an Ethos, like blows my mind almost, like how they breed. And I never really thought about that actual way. I mean, there's so many different ways you could literally breed a plant. There is a lot of different ways than just taking a male. boom, there's a lot of ways. There's males you can reverse back to female and pollinate it with the same freaking pollen from the same plant. You can do it male to female, same way. But I never thought of doing it like that, you know, and actually like reversing it to see what it would look like as a female, or maybe even possibly pollinating it with itself. Now, accidentally, I had this happen this year. I was using bloom yellow bottles, and I had all my males, and I had no idea that it will reverse males. I had no idea. What it's mainly for is it will change a Hermy back into a female. It will suck the balls straight back in the plant. I watched it happen. And what happened with my males is it Hermied them basically, or genetically was changing them into females in the middle of flower. And I've had the males for over 8 months, and I continuously was cloning them, putting them in flower and cloning them, put them in flower, cloning them, because I was doing different breeding projects with different ones. And then this last one, and when I switched nutrients, because I was using Mr. B's green trees, and then I switched up and was using Boogie Brew for the breeding projects. But then I got the bloom yellow bottles, and the Boogie Brew I was having problems with. You know, I don't know if I was burning it or so. I was just having problems with Boogie Brew. It killed off a whole bunch of plants. So I switched to the bloom yellow bottles, my sponsored nutrient company. And my males started turning to females. I actually have a male outside right now. Huge, huge male. It's the prettiest flowers you've ever seen on a male. But so sticky. It's going to be a good one. But I reversed it and stuck it outside. But all the other ones were breeding projects. And I was like, holy shit, they're turning into females. You know, it was wild to see. But what I did, though, long story short, was just for the adventure in me, or I like to see what is that, I'm like that like investigator guy. If it's like someone says, hey man, that's gonna shock you, I want to go see why, how hard is it gonna hurt, how bad is it gonna be, but so I kept the seeds from this breeding project. The male pollinated itself. Its calyx is up top, and it was male down below, and then it grew calyxes up top, and grew buds up top. So I kept the seeds from, I'm going to call it Bruce Jenner. And, so I'm going to grow them out and see what
That's ballsy.
But yeah, so I'm going to grow them out though and see what happens. I've never had this happen before. I've never seen it happen. I've never heard of it. I've not been around too long on the internet. You know what I mean? I'm an Ohio backwoods kind of grower and not talk to nobody. So all this stuff and sharing of knowledge. I've been here for about 3 years, but really getting into it with a lot of qualified people is a new thing for me. Being able to talk to a lot of you guys that have been in this growing for a long time. This is so precious knowledge for me, because I don't ever pretend to know shit. People think I know like everything. I really don't. I just research stuff and try everything I can. And that's one thing a lot of people know about me, is I never have consistent grows. One thing, I'm an Aries, so I would change my mind, but I can never find anything that is like perfectly tuned for me. So I'm always trying new things and trying different aspects of growing and different techniques and styles to find what works best in my area, style, whatever, how I am, basically my personality. Because sometimes I'm a lazy grower, so I need some stuff that might not even need to be watered for a couple of days, like maybe a month. I know it sounds terrible, but I really do find things that cater specifically to me. It's pretty amazing. I do a lot of things I talk about my third eye a lot, and I breed by my third eye. I don't breed on any kind of normal basis. Like some people would be like, they call me Twisted the Hack, and I'm like, why does it have to be hacking? I'm not a qualified breeder, but I think through my processes or through my journey, I think I will come up with maybe a new way. You know what I mean? That's what I feel. I feel that way. Back to what you were saying though about the old seeds. They actually had I think, I don't know if they're cannabis seeds, but they found seeds in the pyramid. In the pyramids that were like 2,000 years old. And through frequency experiments, they got these seeds to pop. So, yeah, it's actually.
I mean, you've had corn pop for that's been around for, you know,
Maybe that's
so long as it's being kept in the right conditions, seeds last. That nature's little time capsules, you know, they'll last forever, so long as you keep them in the right condition.
Right, but we're talking about some stoners here. I mean,
yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
that's the
But at the same time, you know, oddly enough, the world of science has this monster fucking seed bank. You know, these big global genetic repopulate the world seed banks.
Yeah.
They'll have them. I guarantee you, they've got landrace cannabis strains kicking around in there. So we need to infiltrate, right?
Infiltrate it. I want my weed. Where's my weed seeds?
Colorado has one. Norway.
Antarctica has one.
Yeah. You still want to be the first person to spark one up on Mars, man. Hey.
Yeah.
It'll be vaporized only because you don't want to have an open flame. So just get used to vaping your herb.
I don't think it was the Germans. Was it the Swiss? There was a seed bank somewhere. And this was some years ago. I can't remember the circumstances either, but for one reason or another, the people inside the seed bank, like everybody was starving, and the people inside the seed bank, instead of eating the seeds that could have saved their lives, for the preservation,
it was on Arctic, right? It was the whole world was under ice, and they lived in these seed banks, and they ended up, it was like a group of people that were like civilized, and if you caught this disease or something like that, they would march you out in the snow and shoot you, or you had a chance to walk away out in the snow. And there was other seed banks that the people actually went crazy. I think this is the movie. There was other seed banks where people lived in there, and they were supposed to grow all the food and stuff like that, but they went crazy and became like vicious and would go and attack the other seed banks. That's a crazy one.
Movie or game?
The one I was
What does it
talking about so there was a famine, and the scientists chose to die inside the vault instead of eat the seeds of the seed bank, even though there was enough food in the seed bank that it would have lasted them until the help arrived. When the help arrived, they found the scientists dead in the seed bank, and the seed bank completely intact.
They found one scientist.
No, they were all there. They didn't eat each other either.
He was singing the praises of turtle soup. Can make this.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us, Rasta Jeff.
Good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me, Eagle.
Hey, Jeff.
It felt appropriate for me to be here. I was watching the chat and listening while I was doing some work here, and then half the chat was saying Rasta Jeff jump in, so I felt important.
Thanks for having on.
Thanks for having me, guys. You guys are fucking
I'm gonna make
savages.
some coffee.
5 a.m. Zoom meeting.
Yeah, man.
Hey, what you mean? It's 10 to 12. It's at a reasonable hour. Thanks, everyone. I tell you what, Eagle, if you just hang on a second, mate, if you can just pop back in an hour, it's cool.
Take it away. I got work to do.
Throwback to Friday. Yeah, thanks, by the way, Cascadian, for fielding all the questions in chat on like Saturday morning. I wasn't quite awake properly, and I did go back and go through it and was like, oh, hang on, there's loads of stuff. Shit. But I will say, at the time, I was on this like Operation Grow, not as Peel Grow Systems. It just means I'm in a different headspace. As Peel Grow Systems, you would have heard nothing but. But I don't think that was really the tone of the conversation. It's a massive product plug, not my thing. So.
I mean, we had a good time.
Yeah, it was great fun. Oh, that killed it. My bad.
Jeff can wax on if he wants. I'm sure he's got some thoughts on everything we were talking about.
Oh, I was busy. I was just half listening and doing some work, so don't let me interrupt. I'll jump in when it's appropriate. I don't have a jumping off point, but I'm sure you guys will give me a diving board at some spot here.
Yeah, I can talk about breathing for days and days and days. I'm still trying to remember that stupid question I had.
Well, Cascadian was actually touching on like in the situation of just getting a 10-pack of all males of something you could never get again, just changing them all to get female.
Yeah.
Reversing some males.
Yeah, pretty exactly.
Yeah, just in the essence of saving the line. I mean,
exactly. Yeah.
I think it's fascinating that the plant does that. That it just every time it happens, I'm just like, that's like magic. You know, the genetics changes. It's crazy.
I think it was Mean Gene I was looking at a little while back. He said he found something. He found some special mail, and he was going to do that. And that was where I most recently have heard of that sort of a practice. Was he was going to take this particular mail. I don't remember if it was root beer or Coca-Cola. He's got a couple of named plants, but he found a male that was like the spitting image of one of them, and he was going to reverse it and then use the same pollen on that reversed then female to see if he could isolate those traits. And I thought it was interesting, but like I was saying, it's not anything I would be particularly interested in doing as a sort of a common practice. But
yeah,
it did bring up, within me the questions of when would that be okay for me. And my okay is like, I got Vietnam Black from Snow High, and had I ended up with 2 males instead of 2 females, then I could have reversed the males, made females out of them, and saved the line. But because I got 2 females, I don't feel right taking the females, reversing them, and ending up with feminized seed. When I know there's other people out there that have Vietnam Black that can make the regular line, I don't want to. I just don't feel right doing that. So I'd rather reach out to, and I have reached out to one of them to acquire the regular seed instead of making feminized seed out of what I got.
Now, do you guys feel, how do you feel about recreating a line? Say like Gorilla Glue number 4. What if, this is how I feel, kind of like, what if the original breeder, say like DJ Short's Blueberry, what if the original breeder didn't pick that pheno? You know what I mean? What if there is a different pheno of a recreated line, exactly recreated, right, with the original genetics, but then you pheno hunt it, or a group of people pheno hunt it, and then you find the keeper? Like, how do you guys feel about that? Is that a possibility, or is that like just outlandish type of shit?
It's happening with my work. I put out my Arise, and that's my male. King Solomon is an Arise F1 male, and I've released Arise F1 seeds, and people have found males, and they're breeding it to my other females of my lines that I've put out. So they're making the exact same crosses as me. They don't have my Arise male. They didn't have as many seeds as I had to search for that boy. So they don't have the male I've got. And most of those people aren't working toward making a seed company with it. So I'm proud that they're doing that with my work. If they feel like my work was good enough to breed it more and they relied on it, that's cool. The only time it's an issue is if I see you on a seed bank using my work without any credit, without my name, without anything. But that's the cannabis game. So I also think that that's the part of, that's the cost of doing business in this fucking game, unfortunately.
Yeah, people steal shit, or they just change the name.
Yeah, I'd be lucky if they didn't even if they just changed the name. If they put the real genetics up there, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, no, most people just steal shit and change the name. You know, this is mine now. You
Yeah.
know, I try to recreate things. If I want to have, like, say, Gorilla Glue number 4, or say Twisted Roots Blueberry, you know, I want to try to recreate that and create a blueberry of my own, you know, out of nothing, you know.
I mean, it's
You know
really,
what? Sorry.
I was just gonna say, it's really easy to take what could be a move of respect and turn it into an unethical slice of the hamstring. Like, there's a fine line between, you know, working with somebody's genetics and out of respect for that person and what they brought to the game. There's a fine line between that and ripping them off. And it has to do with the ethical motivation behind it. Like Jeff was saying, if somebody's finding males in his work and crossing it to his females, and they're doing it for their personal self and maybe sharing with a couple of friends, but it's never hitting the market, they're not getting any monetary gain or whatever the gain, fame, or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah.
That's all out of respect. But if somebody was to take the time to hunt down the same male in a clone form, because there are breeders that do put their males out, and there are those same breeders that do put their females out. If they were to put in enough work to track down both sides of it, recreate that same exact cross with those same exact plants, and say undercut the original breeder, then I mean it's a tiki torch head hunting sort of thing. Like,
that comes up with the question I was going to ask. Okay, so like take the purple, whatever it was, I forget now, or what we were talking about, primal punch or purple something. But you know, what is it that, and you want to go and recreate it, but what is it that makes purple punch? Because if I look at the lineup for it, I go, okay, I can see it was, you know, it was this and it was that were crossed. But if I go and get this and that and cross it, I don't get purple punch. You know, it's like, oh, hang on, it's a bit more, there's more to this. So yeah, I mean, I don't think you'll ever be able to recreate it, because the chances of whatever had them selected is what had them selected, and this is that. But they put in all the donkey work. You can put in all the donkey work and get really close. I mean, you could probably get really, really close to it, and maybe with a bit of luck hit it.
But
at that point, you could call it your version of it for sure.
Exactly.
And
there's always going to be your twist, your version of it. Yes.
And it's nothing like the original. You don't owe the original person anything other than a nod to the naming convention, at which point I would name it something different. It's not the same thing. You know, it could be, you know, maybe the strain should have a surname. You know, this is the nod to, it's a version of this, but it's my version of that.
The general consumer might not even notice the difference if you do a good enough selection. The customer may not even notice. They'll fall for it because they have nothing to compare it to.
Like really typical, at least in my book, the way that I look at things, a really typical example of what we're talking about is the combination of a Thai female to an Afghani male. There's been a lot of older generation of breeders who got their start by taking that sort of a breeding setup and making their genetics with hybrids that came out of that. But in no case were any of them using the same exact plants or even seeds from the same lots. So they ended up with wildly different selections. Like
all being grown in different conditions, so they're selecting the phenotype that expresses here doesn't express in those conditions over there. So yeah, you've got this incredible selection of that even initial gene pool just based on where people are suddenly growing it in different places. Even if it all came from the same lot, you would get different selections being made out of that same lot, which eventually hybridize into their own lines, because each grower has their own environment and therefore their own selection that they're going for that works there.
Right. So like DJ Short's Blueberry is a Thai Afghani, and so is Clackamas Scoots the One. It's a Thai Afghani, but they have nothing similar. But that speaks volumes to that particular combination being a winning combination, and that there's multiple breeders that have got their starts using that setup.
Yeah.
But it's not like they're stealing each other's work, because they're coming out with vastly different.
And you're starting with the original source material. I mean, it's like, if I create a new color mix, if you can sit down with all of the primary colors and recreate the color mix that I came up with, great. But I'm not going to just give you the mix. But if you can, and I can't, the primary colors are available to everybody. I took the time and effort to mix it the way I wanted to mix it to give me what I got. Now, sure, go for it. And that's why landrace strains and heirloom genetics are the ones usually you want to start with, because they have this huge potential in them. All of these things we see today all started off as early landrace genetics, for want of a better term for them. And just through growing them in different conditions and the freaks that happened and the mutations, selection happened and brought things back in. And then, of course, it went all people thinking they were different, but they weren't. So you had sisters fucking brothers, and all of a sudden it all got a bit messy.
That's something interesting there. That you could possibly take the same strain, grow it in different parts of the world, and have it absolutely taste different, where people might think it's something different. That's kind of cool.
Well, it's the interesting part isn't that they're going to taste different. It's that the different environments are going to cause different clusters within that same cross to excel. So what is appealing to somebody in one climate because those plants excelled isn't necessarily going to be the same cluster of plants that excelled for somebody else in a different climate. So their selections are going to turn out different, and the line is going to diverge. And that's the really fascinating part. You could send somebody you could send 5 people the same landrace cross and say, okay, breed it for 5 generations and send it back to me. And every one of those that you got back is going to be different if those 5 people are in different enough climates, even if you gave them similar or the same.
Different soils, different genetics, everything.
What would be interesting is if you give those 5 people, you say, you let them grow, but you say, now all grow for the same trait, and they run for a number of generations. So they're all grown it selectively for the same trait based on their climate, their nutrients, etc. And then you take, so they establish consistency of trait, and then you take those and you grow all of them in the same environment, and you watch all of them. None of them will behave, well, potentially none of them would behave the same until you start switching them into their tuned in environments, and then you see what you were looking for again.
That's the magical stuff for me.
And that's the thing about on the back of the packet of seeds is, remember, it's the seed breeder's environment. That's the instructions you're seeing.
Yeah, that's why I try to tell people, when you buy from seed companies and you see the breeder and stuff, you gotta realize where they're growing them, what environment. That's what I like to try to isolate, because I grow in a cold environment. So like Hawaiian strains in particular, they do terrible here. Cali strains are okay, but I still think Cali strains are mixed environment of United States kind of, or like even UK or something, genetics, Dutch or whatever, so they do okay. But yeah, I try to find environmental type stuff that grows here, because some stuff, I'm telling you, man, it can get as big as Cali. I'm in northern Michigan. It's cold. It's cold, but we grow some big.
And if it's for outdoor growing, I mean, you're going to have to look at northern European latitude acclimatized strains. I mean, that's and you know, to be honest, that's why Ruderalis exists, is because it gets too cold. I just have to do this shit, and I have to do it. Fuck the light cycle. And so that's probably, you know, for people who are growing in these northern climes where you have great, but the cliff happens really quickly and you don't have enough time for it to finish off before it's too cold. And, you know, auto flowering or non-photo period flowering is really what it is, are the strains to go for. Flowers, plants that flower at maturity, chilies, etc. These all do it. It's not a freak in nature. It's
good info.
It's just more difficult to. Well, I mean, can you re-veg them at all? Can you keep them going? I don't know. I mean, I've never tried it with the auto flower. I mean, does it actually terminate? It's game over.
I've tried with auto fast buds, and I'm talking they grew for like 2 or 3 months, and I kept pulling them out. There's no root. I was just feeding them water like a rose the whole entire time. They kept growing. Now I've crossed fast buds with photos that have had auto traits where they basically auto flower, and I was able to clone those because I think it's because it had the photo trait in it, you know, and it was able, it re-veg basically. It was an auto, but if you flipped it back into the light cycle, it would re-veg. Very interesting plant that one is. That's my pure Michigan plant. That's wild.
Yeah. And even your sub-Sahara Durban poison doesn't take too long to flower.
Yeah, no, Durban poison is right up here. Durban poison,
but it's not too it's not overly bad. Yeah, you know, things like that crossed with a Kush, so you really bring their flowering time down even further.
G13 did really well out here. Huge freaking colas. That one matured up in the right time. I mean, I have strains that are Michigan strains that don't even finish in the right amount of time. I'm like, what the hell?
Definitely the high mountain stuff, because I guess, do you have low humidity problems as well, or do you have
high humidity, like 90%, 80 to 98% humidity, always like at the 2 foot level area. You know what I mean? 2 to 4 foot. It's crazy. It's insane.
See, that's the weird thing. That's where you kind of need the tropical, like the real tropical traits for the handling of the high humidity, so they don't get mold easy, etc. But at the same time, you need the high mountain traits for cold. You need the bigger leaves so that it can hold on to a bit more heat when it needs to hold on to it.
Yeah.
You don't want dense buds, you want open airy buds, because the dense buds, they'll just be all too rotten. Yeah. Which again is the sativa trait. So, but of course the plant, when it gets cold, wants to be like stay warm.
Hash maker buds. Airy stuff that it doesn't get the bag appeal.
Yeah.
But it's still.
It don't get the bag appeal.
Still good. No, it's still good. Still.
I mean, I
still
got
rocks there.
This Colorado I was just trimming up. I don't know if you guys were able to see. It's real like see-through. It's airy as hell, but each one of those freaking leaves and calyxes are just freaking coated. Full spectrum 360 all the way around it, you know, where it's not mushed together kind of stuff.
So what you want to do is you want to take 75 grams of your prime bud.
Please, do go on. Yeah.
And
actually, Sungrown,
in a jar.
Shout out Sungrown. He totally mentioned it today or last night, whatever the fucking time. On Eagle. Yeah.
I can't believe. I mean, apparently, I was chatting with him. He said, "Yeah, it messed him up. That the tube."
I haven't heard from GMF, so he still exists on this route.
Man is down.
He hasn't flown away.
It's not ascended yet, huh?
Oh, that was MSD Nugs. Yeah, no, I mean, it's. I'm really keen to see where this goes, because I do think if we're talking about the connoisseur side of cannabis, this is really stepping into it, because it's not about the look. Nobody smokes it for the look. Okay, you may judge the book by the cover. Yeah, you may judge the book by its cover, but you don't. It's not the effect. The look isn't the effect that you're after. So, people want full terpene, full cannabinoid profile. This seals all of that in. There's no gassing off of terpenes and profile. It all stays in that cob.
Is Rusted Jeff up to speed with what we're talking about here with GMF and his experiment?
Do you know what a Malawi cob is, Jeff?
I think when you dry it in the corn,
In the corn husk? Yes.
the banana.
Yeah, corn husk. Yeah,
It's a
Okay, yeah.
It's a fermentation method. That's what it's going through. So go ahead, Pete.
So what Genetic Memory Farms did, that's like off the back of a general chat. I'm like, oh dear God.
Yeah,
I could
chat
be
was going
unpopular.
like crazy.
But so what he did was he took 75 grams of fresh bud, just one branch harvested, stalks and all, and then a little jam jar, like a really small little jam jar that yeah, I don't know what the measurement, and he lined the inside of it with a couple of the big fan leaves so that this thing could break free if it needed to, and then packed all 75 grams into the jam jar, used vice grips to pack the whole thing down, sealed it up, stuck it into a like a bain-marie for a sous vide at 40 degrees for 24 hours. And what that does is that gets it to sweat out most of the moisture. And what essentially what you're doing is you're going for this fermentation cure of the bud. So after 24 hours at 40 degrees, he squeezed it again and it sweated off like 29 or 40 something grams of liquid, which was all the water that came out. Yeah. With a small amount of lipid that he took back and put back into it, sealed it back up and then left it for, was it a week at 30 degrees Celsius, just bumbling around, took it out, squeezed it a bit more, dried it out some. Now, the interesting thing about this is it's activated, so you can eat it straight away. And he just made like a little chew bit, like a tobacco, whatever you guys called it over there. I forget what it's called. Dip. And just put some under his, and yeah, it ruined his day.
Yeah, we got to see it from the front to the end. Like,
and he said
Pete got the front, and then Fumidor got the end. We got to see him like right. He was like, "Good night, everyone." It's funny because he was about to sign off, and then Jim Bob signed on. He was like, "Yeah, I got you." Jim Bob knows exactly when. Yeah, he knows exactly when.
I missed
it.
it.
Dude, it's hilarious. It's hilarious to watch his downfall.
Yeah,
just start with Pete and end with your
an adventure.
Yeah, and he was saying that it was like fruity in flavor. It smells a bit like, I guess, like fermenting fruit is probably the smell he was kind of going for. It's like it's not rotting, it's just on that like Hawaiian punch kind of smell that it gave to it. Very sedative in terms of the kick that it has.
Very interesting.
Smooth and smooth. He said it gave him like a high school high. He said he hasn't been like that kind of high.
Oh, that's an old school high.
His exact words were high school high.
That's an old school high I talk about.
Yeah.
A lung expander. Like he couldn't clear the bowl. He was like, usually I can, but no.
Like, no, I'm putting this down. I tap. But the whole reason for this, going through all this process, is because Malawi cobs take 12 months. The whole process is a 12-month process. So
done traditionally.
Done traditionally, correct. So the whole reason Genetic Memory Farms was doing this is to see if it works, like if he could speed up the process by using these methods. So, and it seems it still has to be dried out. He's drying them out in the My Herbs now.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we will see.
I want to see him do is turn around and turn that into edibles and then go.
Yeah. I was saying what you could do is, and he was agreeing that if you grind, because when you grind it up, it looks like ground tobacco or just spices, is that you could put it in those little dip bags, and then you have those little sachets that you could just sit. Yeah, you could walk around with that and just be getting fucked up and no one have any idea. Because it's already.
This is my...
Sorry, go.
Sorry.
What's up, Eagle?
I was just
No,
gonna say this is my 2 cents in on all this because we were talking about this earlier, and this is what I was thinking. It sounded like it's pushing it down the chain just enough to the CBN molecule, just in a slow process through the fermenting process, or a fucking almost like a composting process. It's slowly raising that temperature up and holding it for such a long time. I think it's driving it to the CBN process, which is psychoactive and sedative, which it hits both of your guys' description. I'm willing to bet if it was tested, that's where the molecule would be high in. That's all I wanted to chime in. Now I'm back to work.
that's a good point.
I'm listening. I'm
What's
just
interesting is that, yeah,
That was Eagle's minute on the
It's-
Eagles Garden Show.
Yeah.
it's definitely not about bag appeal because it looks like shit. You know, this
Yeah,
would be about, you'd have to be blindfolded while you were doing this. It's
Nope.
all about the
Here-
smell, the
here's a
flavor,
joint.
and the experience.
Here's a joint. Try this.
Yeah.
A lot of
Good
people
stuff.
that I know, they complain about bag appeal and this doesn't look good, or they're looking for this certain Cali look. You know what I mean? And I'm like, man, smoke this. And they're like, holy cow, that's good. I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't look good. Oh, I don't care. Let me have some of that. That's what I thought. You know?
Oh, you want the Cali look? Hold on a second. I'll put it into a little tuna tin. There you go, mate.
Yeah,
There's the Cali look.
Let me put it into a zip trimmer real fast. There's a ball. Here's a ball for you.
It would be interesting though to take a sample of the original herb, get it tested, and then run it through that process and get it tested and see what the difference is from a lab.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what needs to be done. So like,
Damn, it's such a shame that these bloody expos aren't happening because that's the bit of weed you want to be walking around the expo with.
yeah, testing out.
Because people will be looking at it going, what the fuck are you bringing bag weed to this?
Now, what
Man,
are you
I don't know
guys-
if it's any good. I just found this in the back of the car. Tell me if you think it's any good.
What are your guys' feelings on THC versus CBD in your weed? What do you like mixture? Do you like more THC? You know how people say 25% THC, and that's it's so good, But what if you're more that person that you need that CBD? So what are all your what are your feelings on that?
I think it's been lost altogether. And again, like when you smoke I'm going back to smoking the unadulterated, like not super, super high THC stuff, like home smoked Durban poison will get you mellowly fucked up for quite a long time. It's a different buzz and it's not. So for me, I mean, that's rare and far between. I think almost some of the more balanced ones give a better overall longer high than just plain super high THC. I don't know. That's my experience.
THC, yeah.
I know Jeff likes the super high stuff, at least on the dabs.
Yeah, I don't fuck with CBD at all. CBD makes my thumbs feel rubbery and my body is less in control, and it actually ruins my THC buzz. I like to get high. I'm a pothead. Give me THC. Let's go high. Get that CBD off my plate.
I actually had one of my strains tested, and it's the purple Pimp Daddy strain. So it's Granddaddy Purple times White Widow, Fast Bud Auto times Ohio Skunk. And that guy I was talking about, he had it tested through another friend of his, and it came back 12% THC and 6 to 8% CBD. So I've tried it a year ago or whatever in 2018, maybe in the summer, whatever it was. But it was decent. It was more along the lines of Granddaddy Purple, same kind of buzz and style like that. So I'm interested to see what the one I have outside is going to come out to be. But I thought the numbers, like for me, everyone's like, oh, that big THC. But for me, I like more of that little bit of balance kick. And I'm interested to see what it is. Because I'm a pothead too. I like to get high. But I don't like the face plant like these indicas, man. They made me pass out. And it's okay. So is indicas more the high THC, or are they, because
this is a good one. I mean, I don't know. I think because
That's where the
I
terps
think
come
it's
in,
more the
right?
profile that makes the difference between those than strictly saying indica is one and sativa is the other. I think it's more that they have different chemical profiles, and that gives one that more of a, because a high THC sativa and a high THC indica, for argument's sake, can have two very different effects on you.
Absolutely.
And it's more to do with the whole entourage of everything else that comes with it. I mean, it would be like if you do, I guess if you smoke just pure THC, you wouldn't know which one it came from. You couldn't tell. If I gave you a crystal and went, there you go, hit that and tell me what it came from, you go, oh, it's THC. You know, you're just getting which is the THC.
Yeah.
So I can
go ahead, Jeff. Yeah.
I was just gonna say I can actually speak on that exact subject because I've got a diamond here in front of me that is like 99 point something % THCA. And when I smoke that, the buzz is tremendous for a few minutes. I get giggly, I get forgetful. I'm in a cloud, I'm in a bubble. I talk for like fucking 30 seconds without a breath, and then it's over. If there's more flavor in it, if there's more terps, the high is better. It lasts longer. I say that a dab is like fireworks, and the THC makes you go up. You're going to go up. The terps are what color I'm going to get. Am I going to get fucking paranoid? Am I going to get the munchies? Am I going to get the giggles? Am I going to have to poop? It's all about what the terps deliver from my concentrate. So yeah, I do completely think that you can, if you give me this THC A diamond and I smoke this, I don't care if it's
420
indica
somewhere
or
in the world.
sativa. Yeah, yeah, it's not indica
Best
or
bong
sativa.
I can do.
You're trying. It's not indica or sativa anymore at that point. It is just THCA is all it is. That's all I'm getting.
That was kind of the point I was trying to make, was that, you know, does it break down like that? Yeah, that's what I was going to get into the dabs too, because, you know, they get really high THC. But you know, that's what I was wondering, what makes the difference? Because some dabs, it's like makes you really uppity. Some dabs just plant you in the face or punch you in the face for like a couple minutes and you're cool, you know. So someone hits you for longer. Yeah.
I think a lot of it is the terps.
And again, I think that's come down to over centuries selective breeding for those traits, because they satisfied the natural inhabitants requirements for those traits. So your sativas, which are THCV high, so they're appetite suppressant, you can keep going all day on these things. You're on the African plains and you're trekking for a long distance, and you need to have you got to be a little bit sharp. There's shit that's about to kill you, man. You're on the menu as much as you're hunting for shit to put on the menu. You know? And so you don't want to have like really sedative strains necessarily. You want things that can keep you going, keep your hunger at bay for a long period of time. It doesn't get cold either. You know, it's not, you're not all getting together and sitting down inside, chilling out, which maybe you find more in that kind of space.
I find the testing to be more of a curiosity than a guideline. I'm with Russ to Jeff on that. The terpenes have something to do, and by terpenes I'm including esters and flavonoids and
paleates.
But I think it's an interesting phenomenon, but I think there's still things that we, like other cannabinoids, that we are not aware of or able to test for, that are also altering the experience. And the interesting part is that once you start to test for something, you get the individuals that start to breed for it. And it's not necessarily always the best thing in terms of the experience. Personally, I prefer, it's not so much a possibility anymore, but I would prefer to smoke like once every 3 or 4 hours, not once every 45 minutes. There's some things that I smoke and I feel like I can't get anything done because I literally can't put the bong down. I walk around with my bong in my hand and I set it down and I do something and I pick the bong up and I take a rip and I go and I do something, but my bong's right there with me the whole time. I can't get away from my bong. When I first started smoking, not virgin lungs, but when I first started smoking every day all the time, the genetics were different. Lines weren't so hyper selected for lab results because labs weren't a thing. And I could actually get away from my bong for 2 or 3 hours and come back to it and be like, okay, well, now I need to smoke. I've done this and this and this and this and this. And I used to use it as like a reward system for myself. It's like, if I get these 3 things done, then I'll go smoke. And I would actually get those 3 things done and go smoke. And then as time went on, I was like, okay, I need to get these 3 things done and I'll go smoke. And I'd get through the first one and be like, I'm ready to fucking smoke again. Like, why am I not still high? So I think part of it is that we start to select for things like THC, but in selecting for THC, we don't realize, either because we don't care or we don't test for it yet, the things we're, for lack of a better term, at 4 in the morning, unselecting. So you would select for one thing and lose this other facet of the medicine, either unknowingly or because you didn't care about it. Because you're chasing the number because the number happens to sell or whatever. So it's kind of an interesting phenomenon for me. But if I was to ever send anything in for testing, I would only do it after I had self-evaluated the effects on myself, and not send it to the lab and then use that as validation about my experience being positive or not.
The nicest bottles of tequila and whiskey are not the strongest bottles of tequila and whiskey. You know, there's more to it than it's just about how hot can I make this product. And that's why we've got Prohibition to thank, is because during Prohibition, I want maximum bang for my buck. Don't give me beer, give me hardtack liquor. Don't you water that shit down. I want the alcohol. I want it, I want to get as fucked up as I can for as little as money as possible. And then, when that prohibition goes away, it can start to move more into, no, hang on a second. Let's dial it back a little bit and give you a more pleasant experience. You don't want to be fucked up. You want to be high.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
That's kind of what I mean by it. That's kind of what I mean by it's more of a curiosity at this point, because it's just it's an interesting fact to me. It's not a guideline that rules how I smoke or what I smoke.
Yeah. See, I was more interested when I heard the numbers. It was the CBD in it, that's interests me because I just see medication. I'm not all versed on the different cannabinoids and stuff like that are in there, and how the molecules change forms from one to the other and through curing processes and all those kind of things. And that's what I really am going to weed nerd into in 2021. I really am going to start focusing and breeding for these specific things to get certain kind of effects. And that's how I feel about that THC number. It's just for a selling point. Everyone wants to see the high THC number, but it's like, I feel that if you could get different terp profiles and there are different terpenes, not terp profiles, I'm sorry, it's probably totally the wrong word, but different terpenes, and shoot for certain cannabinoids, like, I don't know, CBDNs and different things like that, whatever it is, then you could, specifically design craft cannabis for specific euphoric effects or healing powers, and that's really what I want to focus in on. I don't really care about a THC number, because I'm an Ohio smoker. We didn't know what strains were. It was weed. It came through. We bought it. We smoked it. They get us high. Hell yeah, we're fucked up, man. Or that shit sucks. We need to smoke more, But now I can focus and learn from a lot of awesome people that have really been doing it for a long time. And terpenes is something I don't know shit about, really. The more I hear about them, I'm like, I just think when you guys say terpenes, I just think of flavor or smell. I had no idea that until recently that it had any added potency to cannabis. I had no freaking clue that added, a high or an effect. To me, that's fascinating.
It's like if you get too fresh ground pepper, smell fresh ground pepper brings the paranoia back in check, and that's terpenes at work.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Don't sniff
yeah.
it.
I never thought of that. I never thought of that.
You know, that's a different story.
I
Just
never thought of that.
fresh ground black pepper
That's
can
a
help bring your
great
paranoia
knowledge
back
here.
down in check.
Smelling
Lavender is
salts,
supposed to calm me down.
lavender. Oh yeah, I never
Morphine.
put those two together.
Sorry.
So I think in the future, this I got to get out of here because it's 5:30. I got some shit to do today. But I think in the future we'll be able to we'll have like a card, like a punch card or like a credit card, or it'll be a chip inside your fucking left eye, honestly, that just scans you. But I think we'll pull up to a machine and we'll scan your chip, whatever your chip is, and it will say, "Oh, good morning, Pete. You're here for your mix," and it will spit out a Slurpee of cannabinoids, esters, paleates, terpenes, everything that is perfect for Pete. Pete wants 17% THC, 6% CBD, a touch of CBN, and then the rest of it is just a terpene concoction to fill it in. I think in the future, we'll pull up to the Slurpee machine or the dispensary and we'll say, hey, can I get my it's not your prescription, because you got one for, I would have one for my medical needs and one for my recreational needs. I'd have 2 Slurpee cards. So like when you get 4 grams of rec and 4 grams of med, and they'd spit out my concoction, my slurry, if you will, and it'd be custom for me, you know, a whole bunch of THC and a bunch of limonene in that bitch is all I would need. I'd feel fucking good all day. I'd get so much shit done. But I breed for that for flowers. But I think in the future, we're just going to throw all the flowers in a big vat. They're going to extract it all into every little micro particle. And you're going to get to, remember when we used to make suicides at the pizza joint? And we'd get a little bit of Coke, a little Pepsi, a little bit of orange soda, some root beer.
I still do that
for us. Yeah. So they're going to do for us with our terps and with our concentrates in the future. That's what I see coming.
That's exactly what I feel. I see that same thing where you're pulling out. Who cares about the weed? The plant material does not matter. You know, you just need that actual medication part of it out of it. The actual things we use. Absolutely.
I mean, we'll never be able to synthesize it. It's more we can.
Harvest.
We still need, it's interesting. Well, yeah, let's say never. Okay, currently we struggle with synthesizing the chemicals that would allow us to have it produced like that. There is this thing when it's not naturally produced, there does seem to be a thing about it doesn't quite have the same thing. Artificial, synthetic THC looks like THC, it's the same chemical compound, but doesn't quite work. There's something odd about, you know what I mean? It's like there's that little bit. So yes, in 500 years or maybe even less time, sure, they'll have it so dialed in. It's like we just analyze what the component is and it just spits it out. I mean, it's like fuck. It's like there's no telling the difference. The way we used to always be able to tell CGI in movies, now it's like, all right, tell me what the CGI is. Like, no, there was none in that film. Like the whole film was fucking CGI.
What if science and agriculture get so advanced? I talk about this sometimes, you know, stoner wandering vision kind of stuff. What if like plant material don't matter, right? Only the crystal does. So what if in the future somehow science and agriculture comes together and they're able to stabilize a specific type of cannabis that grows like just crystals? Like, you know, it'll grow a little bit of leaf material or something, but it's growing humongous crystals like great.
So that's what they're using for being able, and they'll have a DNA tailored so that it's producing the chemical compounds they need for these, you know, self-dispensing machines. And you'll get it next to your, you know, lab-grown burger. So no cow was killed, no plant was destroyed. How high do you want to get and how much do you want to eat? You know,
then you can basically go harvest them like grapes, you know, off your plant instead of off your flower, you know.
But just to clarify, Twisters, agriculture is a science. And then people think horticulture is actually a part of agriculture.
Plant study.
Yeah, exactly. So that's something that I had to learn myself. Like it's something that they don't put together, but that's just been deeply ingrained. That's how we learned so much, was just with agriculture in general. Like just because peasants were doing it doesn't mean it wasn't a science still going on.
No, absolutely.
Like we owe a lot to those poor people. But yeah, it's very interesting subject.
I will say I'm gonna have to duck out. So on that note.
Yeah, me too. It's time for bed. Lights are
me
on.
too. I gotta start the day. You guys have a great one. It's good joining you. I'll be back for more. This was a good time.
Heck yeah.
See you later, man.
Good talking with you, man.
Ciao.
Jala, everybody.
I gotta head out myself here. In a
Cheers,
minute.
cheers. Well, yeah.
Damn,
So,
all everybody at
gonna say-
once.
Well, Eagle, is that
Everybody,
you tell us if anything, we went over like an hour of when you normally sign off. So
2.
2 hours. There you go. Yeah, so you got do you need some rest, man?
Thanks for letting us ramble, Eagle.
Yeah. We've
heck
just
yeah.
been going on and on.
Thank you guys. You guys help keep the community going, and they appreciate that shit, man. And I appreciate it. So, thank you all, man, for popping on and hanging out. I know I was a little bit absent. You guys took me past my 420, so I had to get to work, man. Now, you guys,
I wanted to
I had
say
enough
something,
people on
but
the.
it was just so good. So good. Couldn't
I had
stop the
enough
train.
people on the panel. It was like, man, there's no need in cutting this off, man. It's too good. So I just kind of.
To be fair, Ross to Jeff was helping you out in chat. He was like, "Hey, it's 420 over here. Dabs up in chat." So he
Ross
was doing his
Jeff's
part.
awesome.
He was doing his
I
part.
just watched him. I think it was on the
Always
Future
an honor
Cannabis
to have
Project
you,
or
Ken.
somewhere.
And on
that?
the Embracing Organic shows where you'll catch Roster Jeff pretty much every Thursday. He'll be on that one.
Oh, maybe that's where he was at. I watched him. I've never seen him before, and then I just heard you guys say his name. I'm like, really? That dude, man, he was so knowledgeable,
Well,
man.
If they listen to this show, they know where to find him because I shout all you guys out every night.
That's
Every
awesome.
night. In what days to fucking find you guys? Damn it!
Yeah, they'll be,
It's my
they'll
little
be
thank
pretty hard
you.
pressed.
That's so cool, man. I mean, a lot of cool people on here. I'm looking forward to getting into more like cannabinoid terpene conversations. That's something I'm super, super interested in.
Yeah. Nice. All right, I'm going to bail.
Yeah, me too.
Sign yourself off, Pete.
I shall catch you later.
Stuff into things. Where can they find you besides here?
Operation Grow 2019 on Instagram, at Peel Grow Systems on Instagram. Also, don't forget if you follow and DM either one of those accounts with Eagle 2020, yeah, we can hook you up with a mind.
Oh, it's so perfect. Oh gosh.
Along with the
You gotta
shit.
get those last jabs in.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
You get we'll do free postage on units. The shop's down. I've got to get all that sorted out, doing a whole big migration and stuff at the moment. But and Saturdays Operation Grow Show, and during the week as well we have the occasional ad hoc when they happen. But Saturdays 9 p.m. UK time, 4 p.m. New York, 2 p.m. Denver, 1 p.m. LA, 7:30 somewhere in the morning in Australia, wherever Aussie is. There we go. So yeah, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Again, if everybody from these channels subscribes to everybody else's channels, it helps everyone out, which would be great. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. You have a great day, man.
Will do.
That was awesome. Lone Soldiers kicking it. All right, everybody. Peace out. Much love. Y'all know me. Watch me harvest some weed maybe one of these days. I might come on and show some stuff. It's really cold though. Everything's frozen. I gotta wait for it to thaw before I can start harvesting again. See you guys tomorrow.
I'm out of here too, guys. I guess I'll go next. IG Cascading Groans, real short and simple, nothing like Pete. So I'm sure I'll see you guys again tomorrow night. Thanks for having me, Eagle. It's nice to talk to you, Rapper. Thanks
you,
everybody
man.
in chat.
Hey, and I'm still honored you took your puff with us tonight, man.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully it was enjoyable enough that you'll hang out and
Hey.
puff with us again soon.
Yeah, I hope to get back to regular smoking so I can actually blow clouds on air. So we'll work up to it. But thanks for being here for me.
All right, man. Thank you, man. It was an honor, man. Always. It was an honor. Thank you, man.
Talk to you guys soon, man.
Oh yeah, Pearson. Good seeing you, man.
Mr. Rafter, always a pleasure, man. I'm glad you were able to hang in. You're I like you when you pop in because you're a guest and you're always like a co-host. You always kind of help guide there, and you ask great questions, and you know just where to guide things. So I don't feel bad stepping away. I know when I know I camera off there, I know that things are in a good hands. So thank you very much.
Well, coming from you, Eagle, that's a very good. That's an awesome compliment. I take that very seriously. Uh, yeah, thank you so much. It's always a fun time being on here. And as for the co-host, I guess I naturally get it from being constantly being trained on Humidor's channel for 7 hours at a time. Uh, yeah. So
That's
I
good
didn't have much
training.
problem.
It's
Yeah,
good
good
training.
training. Yeah. He doesn't hold back. And he does the same thing, just walks away too. So I'm like, oh, well, yeah, I was made the co-host, so there we go. Yeah. Anytime you need a break, man, no, it can get rough. So if that, I'm glad we're shouting each other out and everything. Uh, I just shout out Fumi because it's fun talking with him and having a good time. So yeah,
I got
and
much
same thing
love for
here.
Fumi.
Yeah,
Just
that's
because it
why.
won't come on don't mean I don't have much love for her.
Yeah. I've been trying to neg him, man. I've been trying to neg him. It's he's probably just spending time with his spouse because he is on around basically 45% of the time with us. So to be fair, if she needs some time and if he
Right
also needs
on.
some time, that's cool. But I will keep negging. Doesn't that won't stop us from trying. Hear us?
Right on.
I know he's listening.
Right on.
But yeah, thank you so much
Hopefully
for
he's
having us.
listening.
Yeah, I know. He is the reason I'm tuned in, and thank goodness because I got to actually have a conversation and not just listen and and talk out into the air where no one can hear me. But yeah, thank you so much for having me, man, and thank you for interviewing GMF or Genetic Memory Farms. I'll say his full tag: Cascadian, Sungrown. uh, it's really cool. I'm glad you got to interview them because while I do talk with them all a lot, I never got to hear like a full story. So it's it's cool. It's really cool to hear that and to just you know get to understand people, get get down, to their level. And I feel like when I listen to you interview them, just hey, they're basically saying you let them go, relax. This is conversation. This is I'm not you're not talking at them. You're talking with them. So it's really I like seeing that. So you do an awesome job every interview. I love the sun grown one. There's times I need to keep up with you and listen during the day and while I'm doing all my garden chores and all that stuff. But that's another cool thing. People can listen in now or later on in the day when they're doing whatever they're commuting. Some people are commuting
I'm
to this, and you're the voice. You're the voice that they hear from day to day, and
I'm
that helps
definitely
them get
thinking
through.
about putting it on Spotify. It's something it's been asked too
Yeah.
many
What
times, so I'm
What are you
definitely
on?
considered.
What are you on?
Huh?
Are you on
Nothing.
a no podcast? Man,
No
this would
podcast,
be,
Nick.
dude. This is a big gap. There's a lot of people that would be down for just like, hey, I just drive a truck all day. And I need to hear another person besides some advertising talking at me, like talking at them, just like
Right.
I mentioned before. I don't want to be talked at. I want to hear a conversation that's enriching, like where I feel like, oh, it feels like they're in the same room with me, or vice versa, I'm in the same room with them. In reality, we're all in different spaces, but it feels like we're fully immersed. So I just that's my 2 cents on it. I think it's really cool, and I'm glad that it can be continued with the right frame of mind with the right person. So yeah, nothing but compliments. Thank you for always inviting us and leaving open door for the people that you've interviewed. So yeah, lots of fun. Keep it nice and short for my sign out. Raptor Grow. You can find me on Instagram and Fumidor and the Flavors channels. I'm not gonna name off all the stuff. I'm sorry, Fumidor. So I'm at my wit's end, literally. I'm just blabbering on. But Tuesdays, Wednesdays, you can find him on live on his YouTube channel, Fumidor and the Flavors, at 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I'm not going to go through all the times. Again, sorry, too late. But yeah, 7 Pacific Standard Time. And on Saturdays, we all get together and have, I don't drink myself, but we have you can drink whatever you want. Coffee, kombucha, whatever. You know, you don't have to, if you don't partake, you don't partake, but you can still take in the fun and the conversation. So yeah, and you can find Eagle on every night, basically. And what time are you on, Eagle?
11:30 every night. At
Yeah.
11:30 ish. I'm trying to get back to 11:30 on the nose. That's where it all
Okay.
started.
Really? Okay.
Usually, if I'm not on 11:30, my guest
Hey man,
canceled, and
your
I just
schedule's
don't
your
want to sing and
schedule,
dance.
but whenever you go on, you know, people they see that notification like, let's roll. Yeah, time to go. So that's
Yeah.
don't feel like if you can get on early, get on early. If you can if you need an extra 15 minutes, you know, but we all want you to get here safe. Doesn't matter the time, it's the safety. So yeah, we want to see you for a while. So make sure you get here safe. That's all I care about. So yeah, uh I signed myself off. It was great talking with you, man. I won't keep blabbering on. Thank you so much for having us on.
Thank you, Rafter. It's always a pleasure and an honor, my friend. You bring lots of knowledge, and I can't thank you enough, man.
I'm just a nerd that reads and doesn't talk to anyone because they don't want to hear all this crazy stuff, but you guys do. So thank goodness for you guys. I don't have to have the craziness stuck to myself. It's always fun to talk with people that are actually interested in what you're interested in. So that's why I especially like this whole group, this little community. We all respect each other, and we all can see when there's disrespect, and we all, as a group, just like Cascadian mentioned, we all do the hippie bully thing, like where we if there's a bully bullying everyone, everyone's gonna defend themselves eventually and take care of the issue. So yeah, that's what I see the most in chat. It's like, oh, cool. It's nice to know that we the a lot of the times the mods don't even have to be there. You know, the chat lets you know. So they run everything. So yeah, thank you again. It's always an honor. Have a good night, man. Or good
You
morning.
too.
Good morning for us and whatever time zone anyone else is in. Good night and good morning. Have a good one, everyone.
Too bad. Time for the shout outs. Time for the shout outs. Man, what a great rabbit hole tonight. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't think I could list everybody right now off the top of my head if I could. I mean, we had a packed house. Tons of great knowledge was dropped tonight. Lots of good times. Good cannabis smoked. Great chat. What more could I ask for in an episode? I mean, really, what more could I ask for in a rabbit hole episode? Tonight was amazing. Thank you, everybody that was involved tonight. I know that was kind of broad, but it was a great night, great episode. I can't be any more happy. With that being said, it's time to try to knock out these shout outs within a few minutes. Good luck there, right? Let's see here. Just try to blast through this. I mean, amazingly fast. Amazingly fast. podcast with, I know which one I'm going out with. If I have to go back and scrub it, I have to go back and scrub it. But it's totally worth it because it's very appropriate to tonight's episode. Right there it is. Perfect, right? Seldom Seen, John Smith, Oak Park Gardens, Hell 9782, Skunk Packets, Martial Artist 2012, Micro Slave Hefner, Robert, Mr. Green Fingers Thomas, Dave McDazzle, Medically Fit, Lemon Hoko. Lemon, my heart goes out to you, man. He's got some family. His father's passing. If you guys could, give Lemon Hoko some shout outs, some positive vibes. Send him a DM, letting you know that, we all care, man. That'd be pretty friggin' awesome. Same with our good friend there, Johnny Caneseed. Stressing a bit. That's why we haven't seen him. Please send him a shout out, let him know we're fucking thinking about him. Where'd that leave off here? Lemon Hoko, KGB, Rancho Rock, Costa Plenty, Monkey Balls, Ivan Chaplin, I believe I got that right. If I didn't, I'm sorry. Bobby Lynn Means, Mr. Mac, Billy S., Trench Digger, Weed Piece, Tonya Black Blona, Tater Delicious, Minty from the GR 420 community. What's up, Minty? Country Root, Hiron Fire Genetics, Earth Creeper, Big Ray 420, Tommy Trichomes, Teeny 101, Buds and Hazards, Bearded Man Farm 616, Mr. Club 114, Mike Bauer, Now Up North, Max Scrim and Ruby, Mr. Dub 14. Wait a minute. Mr. Club 14, you're on there twice. Levine Sharp, Timothy Kimmis. Oh, I fucked that all up. Nino, I'm not even going to go anymore. Nino, welcome. Congratulations. Hope you make good use of that. Thomas, Justin Bean, Andrew Champlin, Stick Chronic 88. Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Mila Jensen, Oz Indica, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Ross, Matthew Gates, D's Nuts, Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Dane Yoda, Jay Simmons, Joe Bro Grows, Clackamas Coop, DJ Conley, Miss Grown Buds, Aaron the Grower, Your Boy Roy Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Stinky Colas, Dylan Steinford, PFC Farms, Krusty Socks 1975, Mr. Hanky, Sungrown 707, thank you very much for hanging out and fucking showing us what an amazing dude you are. C.H. Rose, J420, Joey Y, Cascadian Grown, thank you, my friend, for popping in. Tito's Fungi, 4 Plants A, Weedworks, Cascadian Grown, Captain Scrog, Skunky Buds, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Terry Lee Live, McAster Tempe, Annie N, Dank Brownie, Z Urge, Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, 11 Smiles, 11, Bindu Buds, Micro, Rasta Grows, D's House of Dank, Mama Law, 710, Scarecrow 420, Joey Y, one more time, Green Thumb Bum, Christina MG89, Unplugged 705, Medically McCullough, Rick T the Rebel, the 9G207, Fabian Salinas, Dave's Not Here, Tom Spook, Greg Walker, Mendo Dog, T-Dog, Gun Beetle, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature's Grows, Justin Conway, Jabriz Aldi, Run Boy 7426, Justin Gooder, Strongman, Okie Grow 75, Corey Trevor, Michael Wallace, Mole Vision 420, Greg Walker, Jabiz, Who's Your Cat Daddy? Taco, Don Slug, Rick S. In the Bushes 8827, Jane Simmons, Bobby Lynn Means Again, Kevin Hahn, The World's Last Hope, Pete's Fan 420, Bio Minter, Dirt Road Dude, Kanashiba, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dab Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone, 710 Canuck, Canna Queen Genetics, Stabby Tanaze, Fumador, Dirtman Dan, Keith the Black Zales, Zen Premium Gardens, Mr. Bosilis, Rasta Jeff, Rasta Bob, that is Embracing Organics, 9 on Thursdays, don't miss it. Spiky Pollux, Majestic Marks, Majestic Rower, Soiled Root, Small Tubes, Tyler Teasley, Nor Michigan Micro, Ouija Buds, Dub T Roy, Big Jar Grows, JC John, Modern Genetics, Last PPJs 15, SoCal Weed Nerds, Brittany and Courtney and Lexi, them are all three my baby girls. Green Mountain Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Productions, Dank Grower, DOA Grown Meds, Miss Nudie Grows, I Grew Some, Johnny Canna Seeds, Nutrient Shoutouts, that is, Naughty Nikki, Zoe and Slammer, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's, Observation Booth, High Spy, Aldridge 25, Miss Madam T, Stu Moo, Mo Grower, The Canna Crate, Lost, Loki Grows, that's this guy, 7979. Burton will be here tonight. That is Monday nights. Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws 31, Voodoo Ultras, Fred Zone, The Word, Fresno Nerds, Wolverine Grows, Big Jar Grows, Laid Wayback Farmer, Jimmy One for Life, Jimmy D Block, Jimmy One for Life, D Block, MMP Nations Creations. Man, it's getting late. Oh, Amber, Lalana, and the Witchy Weekends. Of course, that's Amber, Chicha B, Madam T, Little Witch Tilly, Peppa Faye, Stone Daddy, Great Jacob, and Lily Luna. So many more. Check them out. Sundays, 4 o'clock, 5-ish for the after parties. The Psychedelic Warlock, Artist LD, Sir Sticky Rob, Big Dave, 420, Brent Window, Big Ed, Metal Waddy, G3, the Green Click, J K Triple G, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany Teasley, Hope Farms, Lisa G, John, B2 Crazy for You, BG4G, PG, WG420, Dr. Budsville, Purple Thumb OG, Art Turtle, Centimilla, Miss D Snugs, Jessica Face 420, Beast Coast 420, Sir How, Trade Alone, Keep It Real, Hagerton 420, Zeb Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BTW Rose, Bingus, Green Puffin Man, Alex Boykachev, Green Life, School of Crop, Cause I Love It, Green Mountain Grower, Okie, Southwest Okie Reels, 100, 212, Any Man, Miranda Family Farms, Hagerton 420, Page Farms, Meat All Flour, Ryan Henderson Light, 1978, G13 was here with his cute puppy. New Sailboat Wins, Kingdom Aquaponics, Indra, Michigan Natives, Mary Jane Red Gardens, Dreamer 77 Double D, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Mr. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs from 619 to 664, Spaniard Courier, Jones of the Grow, Pop G Grows, Rats, Amy Dro Grows, Cass, the Grow From Your Heart podcast with Rasa Jeff. He was here today and greatly appreciated. What an honor, Rasa Jeff. Thank you. Lily Luna, Green Med Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Stony Creek, Lost Art, Mr. No One's, Jones and To Grow, Smith Dude, LG 420, Giant Mike, Lost Art, Prometheus Soil, Jason Eyestone, P. Win, David Colby, Weedus 207. You are not last today. Got a whole nother sheet here to go, guys. Jack Greenstock, 420, Spartan Grown, Boom Farms is in chat tonight. Smiley's Gardens was here on the rabbit hole. Charles Farm 420, Aldridge 25 in chat right now. JD's, Miss D's Nug, so nice. I always say it twice. Smoke and Grow Fraser, Grow Koski, Twisted Roots, and the Ganja Misfits. Sundays, Weed Church, Frequency, Fridays, to Even Grow. Check them out. Faded Farmer 420, Jeff Dorowski, Genetic Memory Farms, Evolve 420 Bag for Seed. Jill Carter, Mystic Marks one more time, Ginger Snaps, I Kill TD, TTDWE grows a Rick Wolf DLP 2372 Ned Denver Sergeant Pepper 420 Candy Trooper Sequence 3 Blind Cat 420 Light Up Again Tim UKSIF 420 Buddha Boy Devin Chipwreck Medical MJ Budsville USA Resurrection Prophet Chris Martinez Sarah Wilson Dankman 420 Dankman Dan Red Center Farms Good Life Bill Sid Joni Bell Cheech and Me Most Hated Grower the Major General 420 Army the American One always an honor, my friend. W Digger 714, Chirates, Kineo, Genetics, Mountain Skies, ready to hit that hot fire. Chris Mertz, Even, my bad, Even. Boca King, Raz, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Swanky Pilots, Matt Steelbird, Into 11, Stephanie B, Shark Bully 989, Von Brown, Sovereign Garden, Stoner 420, Bugs 1, Painted Lady, Frank Blue Fuel House Farms, Jay Myers, Jamid, DeChat, Mr. Manny D, Bad Seeds, DGC, Jeff Shredder 911, Dutch Grove, Scallywags 420, A Boss Farms, and mainly Miss C, Skill Bowl 1, Mechanic Kate, Med Grower 1, Empire Breeding Co. Growley, Lost Lee, Pedro, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, Breeder CB, Bear 7, Ellie Noble will be here later this week, CK Tom Trinidad, Dog 16, Jamid Loney, Jester, Smoking in a Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, White Feather Ghost, Rafter, thank you for holding it down. Automation is freedom. Robert Hazelton, Corey Michigan, Dub T Roy, Bob Gross, Green Thumb Bum 420, 808, Rooting Crosswest, Cannon Bus Driver, Hayden Light, Kenny 710, Operation Grow. Pete, thank you very much for popping in and hanging out tonight, man. This morning, rather. T-Ben, TM420, 696, Rude Nuts 619, Dr. Scrambles, BB Moon Rocks, GHFJJ, Stealth Grower 56, Bio Greens, Hanky Stanky 420, OG, KP, Georgia Grow, Georgia Joe, Ganja Your Mama, Ganja Your Nana Your Mama, Roy Rodriguez, Jim Seagulls, Bob Grows one more time, Nature's Best Nuts, GR420 Community Videos, hell yeah, GMO, holding it down, the lone stoner, bee growing, killer bee growers, Roy Rodriguez, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree Grows, Dr. Who, Soil Life, Bully Life, the Jeffro 420, Dr. Franklin Booty, Beavis, 698, God damn, I'll make the riff, in fact, boy. And last but not least today, Ted Nugent's test. Well, I guess he's not last, because I just seen Fat Belly. Good morning, Fat Belly. It's nice to see you. I don't get to see that name ever. Hopefully you're a daily watcher. But shout out, you just made the shout outs list. Every day I will shout you out at the end of my show. Good morning to you. With that being said, it's the end of this one. Do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. So easy to do. Means so much. So many people. Thank you guys for tuning in. Love you guys. I'll see you tonight with this guy 79 Burton.